Die andere Gruppe, oder?
Hello along to everyone watching on YouTube to the SDC Tour Event Finals, the MyDarts.ch Championship, which concludes the 2024 SDC season. A little bit of a different format today. We have 231 players, I believe, over twice the size of a normal SDC event. We also have 2 group stages running up consecutively on this board. If you just missed the game between Marcel Walpen and Rudolf Möll, the score was 3-1 to Marcel Walpen. So we will be alternating between that group, featuring Marcel Walpen, Johannes, Alich, Rudolf Möll, and Neil Duff. And this group featuring Toua, Pflaum, Alex Fehlmann, and Adrian Eckert. So very much an international flavour to both of those groups. German players represented, Swiss players, and of course Neil Duff from Northern Ireland. Of course, quality players everywhere you look today at the MyDarts.ch Championship. It's attracted players, top players from Germany, from the United Kingdom and Switzerland. We're seeing all of those players in action throughout today. Keep your eyes peeled for Michael Unterbuchner, one of the highlights for me, seeing him perform today. Of course, we have SDC regulars, like Rocco Fulciniti. Sven Geiger is here. Felix Schietz, amongst others. And of course, Stefan Bellmont, the man who was just featured at the PDC World Championships.
Here we go, Trav. A big day of SDC Spears ahead of us. Starts at 9 AM, finishes at 9 PM.
As we know, that's 10 hours of darts.
Yeah. Incorrect maths from our last commentary day. 2 SDC Stonewalls here to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
Roger Tuchel against Mitch Pflaum. Mitch Pflaum, obviously a friend of Lucas Dowman.
Yep.
A very good player who's come on quite far this season. Mitch Pflaum also seeing a bit of improvement in his game. You can see from the 60 average today. He's been picking up some good numbers. But I can't look past in this match our man Roger Tuchel.
Interesting group for the Tuch, because obviously you'd expect Fehlmann to beat all 3 of the players in this group, Eckert and these 2. So really, I'm thinking it's a straight shootout between Tuchel and Eckert for that second place spot. Mitch Pflaum can potentially throw some spanners in the works.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Mitch Pflaum picked up a win in one of the 3 games. So it's really important for both Tuchel and Eckert to ensure that they're getting their average up in case it goes to a shootout on averages. They need to make sure they're getting as many legs as possible so that they don't miss out on one leg here or there. And I'm sure they'll be aware of that as well going into their first game.
They will. They will. Of course, we have mentioned briefly, but the other game that is featuring on this live stream at the same time, so we are alternating back and forth between games, is Marcel Walpen, Johannes Alich, Rudolf Möll, and Neil Duff.
Neil Duff.
On that group?
I've told you this many times before. I think Neil Duff is one of the greatest players who just knows how to win games of darts. He's not a PDC player, I agree, but if he's ever playing Modus Live League, if he's ever playing WDF, I will always tell you, Trav, bet on Neil Duff, and that's because the man knows how to win.
So how do you think he will get on today? You've said he knows how to win, which is true, I agree. For his career and his level of darts, I think he's won more than a lot of other players with similar attributes.
My prediction is, and it's going to be a bold prediction, that I think he loses to Marcel Walpen in the group, but I think he goes on and wins the whole tournament.
Really? So yes. The only game he loses is perhaps his first one to Marcel Walpen. Okay.
Well, his first game is going to be up next on this board, and that's against Johannes Alich, which I think for him will be a nice little easy entry into SDC, but then it'll only get harder and harder from there. because then he'll have Rudolf Möll, who will probably throw in at that 60 level average, and then he'll have Marcel Walpen, who is probably going to put in a good 85 plus for him.
So Touche looking to seal the first leg for Group C. Oh, sorry, Group AT this is.
2-time quarterfinalist Roger Touche, 3-time consolation winner.
Do not underestimate Touche. I think realistically he will get... I think he'll win one knockout game today. I think he'll get to the last 64. That's where I see the Touche sitting.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament is just so much harder than others because you just get a few extra players come in who are very steady. And my thing with Roger Touche, I think he's a very steady scorer nowadays, but I just don't trust him still on the outer ring. Like, I just don't know where it's going. Like, we've had a couple of legs already, and just none of them have looked convincing on the outer ring at all yet.
It is funny with Touche because we watch a lot of SDC darts and we follow along the numbers and the results. I'm always a little bit flattered, or I always don't see the game that the number suggests Touche has. He's averaging in the 60s regularly. Yes, I would more associate this with a Roger Touche performance.
Well, I look at the way Roger Touche plays, and I look at the way that other players who average mid-60s play. Your likes of your Frida Lang, your... trying to think of other players who sit in that range. Fabian Liemacher, for example.
Yeah.
And I just tend to think that they have more darts closer to the treble. Like Touche there has hit 80 scored, but one missed the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he said to us before that the reason that his averages were so low before was because he suffered with dartitis, which, again, could potentially be true because his throw looks a lot smoother than it used to.
Yeah, he used to have such a bigger kink in his elbow, didn't he? He used to almost stop in the middle of his throw, stop at the back of his throw, and then stop again before he followed through. He certainly cut out some of those stop-start elements to his throw.
He still has a very weird ritual when he plays of when his opponent's throwing, he will look directly to the wall in front of him, which I think is not a bad way of doing it, but it's
odd, isn't it?
It's bizarre, yeah. I've given you my thoughts on Neil Duff. What are your thoughts on Duffy today? How do you think he gets on? You said not going to win.
Yeah, I always think it takes something a bit more to win on your debut in any tournament. And I'll always say this about the World Championships in particular, or about big darts events. And okay, maybe this isn't the biggest event Neil Duff's played in, of course it isn't. But in terms of participation, in terms of being a new experience, he's obviously had to travel a long way to be here. Unfamiliar with the setup and the probably close boards. I believe in all the WDF events they have a dividing line between the boards. I'm not using that as an excuse for why he potentially won't play well or to the best of his abilities. But I just think someone like Bellmont or Walpen or Stockley is just a bit more schooled in playing an event like this. And Bellmont, for me, deservedly starts as the favourite for this tournament, and I wouldn't be betting against him to win a third MyDarts.ch Tour Championship.
Yeah, you speak of Bellmont there winning 2 previous titles. We've had 2 Tour finals before. The trophy's big and the check even bigger.
Yes.
Bellmont coming through that first one against Andy Bless 7-6.
What a game that was.
Yeah, surviving 3 match starts in the last leg.
It was the 157 from Bless, wasn't it? He missed
4
tops,
match starts,
and
yeah.
then missed 3 in hand again, coming back for tops. Yeah, some game that, if you haven't seen it on YouTube.
And the second game, of course, where he completely blew away with Patrick Kingelhofer, who's also a Euro Tour player, no less, lost average 105 and beat him 7-1 in the final.
Yeah, very convincing, wasn't it, from Bellmont last time out? And of course, I think he's playing even better darts this time around. I think the last 3 months has been an excellent turnaround of form for Stefan Bellmont.
It's quite incredible, really, that you would say that there are 64 groups here and probably 10 players who could win it. And of those 10 players who probably could win it, 2 have been drawn in groups with each other.
Yes.
Bruno Stockley, Sven Geiger, which has already happened, with Stockley winning 3-1. And then obviously Marcel Walpen and Neil Duff, which we're going to have the pleasure of watching on stream. How do you think Walpen and Duff go into that one thinking? What are their thoughts?
I think from Walpen's point of view, the game is more important than it is for Neil. because Marcel Walpen lost in the round of 64 last time out in the SDC Championships. And maybe, did he lose to Barry Nelson in the Championships before in a shock defeat in a round long before the big prize money?
Not 100% sure if that was SDC Championships. Maybe that was a standard standard SDC event, but
I feel either way, Marcel Walpen has underachieved in these tour finals in the sense that he has not made good darts on tops there for Toua. So he looks to go 2-0 up. But I think Walpen needs a bigger run than Neil Duff does. I think Walpen's underachieved at these tour finals. Someone who should be getting to the semi or probably the final. And he will know if he finishes second in the group, then, you know, you are in danger of losing in that 1-8 round if you get a cruel group winner, which, as we've said, there are 10 or more players that he could run into to give him an almighty scare. Mitch Pflaum. Do you think he gets a dart here?
no.
Doesn't. No.
No.
59, a difficult 2-dart combination.
Goes by the nickname Pflaumi. I don't know what your thoughts are on nicknames that are all related to the name of the player.
I don't really think that's a nickname. It's just a shortened form of his normal name. In fact, it's a longer form of his normal name.
Yeah. It's like Quanny for Chris Quantock. Not a huge fan of it. Or Bertie yesterday. You watched Bertie at the World Championship?
Yes. What a disgrace.
Yeah.
What a disgrace from Stephen Burton. He wouldn't get out this group, I don't think, with Toua and Pflaum. And Alex Fehlmann, of course, who again has played on the Euro Tour this year. Another Euro Tour player here today.
We have 3 Euro Tour winners in action today. When I say winners, not event winners, match winners. Stefan Bellmont.
Oh, yes.
Roger Hertig and Bruno Sturkley.
Roger Hertig. Yes, he's in an interesting group today as well. He's been drawn with Jochen Groudens, I believe. So one of those two players will also be finishing second in the group. Just confirm that. Yeah, Roger Hertig is in the same group as Jochen Groudens.
Shokodan Mamouti as well, a very good, capable player as well. Could cause upsets. I think my only thing here is I don't know whether I'm more disappointed as the player who's in that group with the big seed, or whether you're going to be the disappointed player who finishes top of your group playing really well and knows that you're going to have second place in one of these other groups. I dare say there'll be people out there on the boards looking at the draws, looking at who they're going to play in the knockouts afterwards and going, is it worth me throwing in a towel here? Is it worth me throwing a game to give myself an easier draw? Because last time we played tour finals, I remember playing Rock Bahor in my group.
Yeah.
And Rock Bahor ended up playing someone who came top of their group, but the player averaged 60. But then the round after, he also had a very easy game. Whereas I won the group, beat Rock 3-0, then played someone who averaged 30s who won their group, who came second in their group, who was arguably a horrendous player, but a very nice bloke as well. But then ended up playing Manuel de Vrida, who as we've seen, has beaten Andy Bolton on tour before. Like, a very capable player.
It's hard to look too far ahead, isn't it, in these things? You're going to run into someone good after 1 or 2 knockout rounds. I mean, that's almost certain. You don't get bad players in the last 32, do you? Once you've won a couple of knockout games.
For sure.
I'm sure some players are probably thinking about a slightly easier run-in to those deeper rounds, but I'd be very surprised if players are deliberately trying to manipulate their finishing position.
I think it's different when a tour finals relative to a regular SDC event, because with a regular SDC event, you've just got the 16 seeds, and you know that one of those 16 seeds is a good player, and realistically, they're probably going to top their group.
Yeah.
So you're just thinking about trying to get as far up your group as possible,
and hope the seeds beat each other and the draw opens up in your little section, which, as we have seen in previous events, there's been Kieran Lindor getting to a SDC final very recently.
See, Roger Toua with a ruthless 95 combination finish to take the opening match 3-0. He'll be happy with that in terms of a legs difference.
Yeah.
The average is probably a little bit low, and it could cause problems with Eckert if Eckert is to lose out to Pflaum, to beat Pflaum and then beat the Tusha and then lose out to Pflaum.
Yeah, I don't see that as an outcome. I think Tusha against Adrian Eckert really is the deciding game. He had too much for him there, didn't he? Tusha against Pflaum. Looked more likely on the outer ring. Obviously outscored him in all 3 legs.
Only thing I'm not 100% sure on this one, and you might be able to give some more light, is there a consolation tournament today?
Yeah, unsure on this. I don't believe there has been for the last 2 Tour Championships. But that isn't to suggest there isn't going to be today. But I just think due to the amount of time that we will have, that it won't be possible for a consolation bracket as well. Do not quote me on that. There's a man who loves, ask that man in the background there, Andreas Heimann, because he will know.
Andreas Heimann, I saw his group today. He has been given a horrendous draw of Michael Unterbuchner in his group.
Oh. You're already just sort of playing for one spot there, aren't you? When you know you've got a...
He did win his first game 3-0 though, so very steady results for Andreas Heimann. And with no consolation, we know he's a man who loves to play darts.
Was that Fabian Biel and Thomas Konglein in the same group there?
No, Fabian Fjelde.
Fabian Fjelde. Speaking of Fjelders, I'm sure Stefan Felder will be here today.
Yes.
Owner of MyDarts.ch, title sponsors for this event.
Frida Lang coming through a tough first game, 3-2 win there for Frida.
Rock Bahor loses an early game to Luka Agnostopoulos.
3-2.
Of course, we had a Greek player in the last Tour Championship finals who made it to the quarterfinals. Flag for Greece today. As we get our first look at Neil Duff, the Duff man.
I don't think I've ever been so excited for an SDC game.
One first observation about Neil Duff from watching a lot of Moda Super Series. Good treble hitter, good consistent ton hitter, but he goes through phases of hitting 5s like you wouldn't believe. The man does enjoy a single 5.
I think for a lot of these players, a chance to play a BDO World Champion, or as I was corrected by Mark yesterday, he's the first ever WDF World Champion, not BDO World Champion. Absolutely massive.
In 2022?
2022, yeah.
Of course, he's had a lot of success, hasn't he, on WDF events. He's very much a figurehead, isn't he, for travelling around England and travelling around Europe, playing in these WDF sponsored and organised events. I think he's played in the Swiss and Helvetia Open before.
He goes discussing with someone in the background there, but here's our first 3 darts of Neil Duff.
85 is my prediction.
I'm going 100.
Making sure we're all set up on Darts Connect. Of course, there might be a little bit of a language barrier here. I don't believe Neil Duff will speak any German or Swiss German.
He will speak in lots of double steps, though. Now, I don't know if this is just something that I'm seeing here. Are his points longer than usual? They look longer.
We'd have to see a more zoomed in view of the treble 20. Of course, we will have Mark and Helder on spotting duties a little bit later today. Just going to go with the zoomed out view for the moment. It's funny you say about the long points, because my first impression on watching Duff from this angle is I thought he came significantly more across his face. I thought his pullback came from closer to his left eye. Oh, still a little bit of confusion at the start of this one.
Oh, good recovery from Duff. Good recovery from Duff.
What is it about Neil Duff that you like so much?
I think for me, with the Duff man, it's just, I tend to think that his darts aren't actually that impressive. I think I've seen players of his ilk who struggle to win games in PC Pro Tools, struggle to win games in Moda Super, like Stefan Bellmont, I think averages higher consistently than Neil Duff. But Neil Duff at Moda Super Series 100% will be in finals night, in that final match. At the World Champs, Belly wouldn't win a World Champs as much as probably the Swiss audience probably won't want to hear it. He's not good enough. Neil Duff is also probably not good enough, but he just knows how to win. He's so good at knowing how to win, and that's a trait that you can't teach anyone, and a trait that I personally would love to have.
I think Neil Duff is very open about, after winning that WDF title, I think he's gone through a lot of mental coaching and mental training. I think he was almost one of the first players to speak about the advantages of having a psychological assistant, tutor, mentor, whatever it is you want to call it.
Oh, as we
As
see
it starts with a Tonbiat in the first leg.
15 dart opening hole of throw from Neil Duff. Johannes Olnich here.
He's been dealt a really rough hand, hasn't he?
Yeah, there's some serious questioning with the score though at the moment. I think they need to.
It must be Rudolf Möll on scoring, because it won't be Marcel Walpen.
I think this is the thing which is quite cool about SDC events is you have players of Neil Duff's ilk playing alongside any player.
Well, we were speaking about this earlier in the week, weren't we? Why don't more WDF, not that Duff is a part-time darts player, but people who, are either retired or play darts casually to a good standard, why don't more players be swayed by entering an event like this? 2,500 Swiss francs for the winner, 1,000 francs for getting to the final. It's a huge paycheck for any semi-pro player out there.
It's true. I think the problem is, because Switzerland's quite an expensive country in general, is that if they're not making the semi-final, you're taking a loss. So you have to be pretty confident you're going to get there. And with Bellmont, with Walpen, with Mendel Lawrence, you've got to really back your ability, and that's why I think Neil Duff's here, because he does back his ability. I think there's a lot of players that wouldn't. We were supposed to have a 256-man field for today. We had 268 entrants, but only 228 turning up today. 40 dropouts.
I wonder how many of those dropouts are attributed to seeing people like Neil Duff in the draw. Do you think anyone's gone with the intention of playing in this event, looked at some of the entrance lists, or heard on the grapevine that some top players were entering and withdrew? Do you think anyone thought like that?
I don't think you can. I think there's only a certain handful of players, probably about 5 or 6, that will know that they can compete with Bellmont anyway. So having an extra player like Neil Duff in there, I don't think it's going to throw a huge spanner in the works. It's always quite a strange one, because we've had quite a few also big German names who've played before, like Kingelhofer. We've had Obst play as well. And it is a strange one, because sometimes you very infrequently see them come back. And I always wonder why. Is it, can they not justify the journey? Can they not justify the time? Is it that they've not got their money's worth? Like Kingelhofer got to the final, obviously. That was 1,000 francs for him, or there or thereabouts. So it'll be interesting.
I just want to say, before this game comes to an end, if just in case Louis from the Holland Club is watching, that we have a player potentially matching his level of lean in this game. Of course, that's not Neil Duff. It's Johannes Alich. A big fan of the head lean, isn't he, Alich?
He is. Give a few words for Alich. What do you think of his throw?
I think he's got a lot to work with. I'd say some players, maybe the reason why they're not at the top of the game or averaging great numbers is probably due to lack of practice, or it's due to technical deficiency. I'd say you either fall into one of those two camps. I'd say Alich has a perfectly reasonable technique. You say try and cut out a bit of that lean, stand up a little bit taller. But I think the reason for a player like him, we were looking on Darts Connect there, I think he's only played a handful of competitive events this year. I think it's just due to lack of match practice, lack of, game time.
Interesting question for you as
So
well.
I certainly think he's got, he's got the areas, he's got the throw, he's got the release. Everything looks, in theory, nice enough from Alich.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange because I would say Alich has he has a relatively extreme degree of angle of entry for his darts. Like, there's definitely room to go underneath those. It's not like they're completely flat. So I think there's definitely room to work with in terms of grouping the darts. But then when you watch it compared to Neil Duff, how extreme the dart stands to attention is quite impressive, really.
5 there for Duff.
But again, as we said about Duff before, he's not really a massive 180 hitter.
No. Wouldn't say that's a feature of his game. In the same way that I probably would of someone like Andy Bless.
Going to be a comfortable opening win for Neil Duff, though. Didn't expect anything less, really. Do you think 79 it'll bother him? Do you think he cares about the numbers, or do you think he's just looking to get through?
I don't think he'll be bothered by the numbers now, and I don't think any top players are. I mean, you heard Callum Ridds in his interview yesterday. Don't care for average mid-50s. I just want the win, which I think is true to a certain extent.
Hello.
40 from Alich.
180.
I was just about to say about Alich. His throw reminds me a little bit of Kai Gottard. Of course, Gottard playing in the World Championships this week.
That's something that very few people can say. I hit a 180 against a world champion. And Johannes, Alich, you have done that.
Can he get a dart at double here? 84 left.
I think you'd have had good money to say that Johannes Alich would have been the first person to hit 180 on stream.
180's match bet in this game.
1 to 100 for Neil Duff.
Draw would have been.
There we go.
Wraps up 60. Wraps up 3-0 victory. Johannes Alich. A fairly predictable outcome in that one. I don't think either player has revealed too much about themselves there. Duff played very well, very steadily. Had a few little queries, didn't he, with the scoring and with the setup and with the...
I think Rudolf Möll was struggling with the counting.
Rudolf Möll was a bit all at sea there.
To start with, it's very difficult to, I think, to understand all the scoring system, etc. If you're new to to the professional setup.
It is. There's a lot of buttons on that little iPad system, isn't there? It's easy to make a mistake.
One of the young up-and-coming talents, Adrian Eckert here in picture, the Penguin.
Always impressed by Eckert. I watch his throw, I watch him play, I'm always impressed. He does everything right. His technique is very good, his areas are very good, counting, perfect. But he's almost the opposite of Roger Toua. His numbers are poor. Yes, I watch him and I think, how are your numbers so poor? He needs to learn sort of Toua effect of sort of just winning a bit ugly. It'll be an interesting matchup when those two play each other. Duff and Duff, Toua and Eckert, which could be the next game on.
I don't believe it is. I believe Toua is scoring the next game on. It will be the other player who's yet to play in this group, and I'll find out who that is for you. It is Alex Fehlmann, of course.
Ah, how do we forget about him?
Obviously, the seed of this group is Roger Toua.
Deservedly so.
Yeah, Alex Fehlmann obviously not turning up to any other SDC events this year, just coming for the big cash at the end of it.
I'm always a bit confused by the attitude of some SDC players, and Fehlmann is one of them that confuses me. Because for a long period of time, he played in SDC events quite regularly, didn't he? And for the last 12 months, 18 months, I have not seen Alex Fehlmann in an SDC event. I wonder why.
I don't know whether that's just... I think for Fehlmann, it's difficult because I think he's coming for the prize money is what it seems like. You wouldn't turn up to the SDC finals and not the other tournaments if you weren't just there for the prize money. And maybe he doesn't feel like he's got enough on Bellmont, enough on Grouders, enough on Walpen. I think it says anything more about the attitude rather than the...
Clearly thinks he has got enough on these players. because he entered the Euro Tour qualifier, of course, and came through that very difficult qualifier, which featured the likes of Bellmont and Sheets and Stockley and Walpen. I don't know with Fehlmann, he always slightly confuses me in terms of the events he chooses to play.
Is Maurizio Castronovinci here today?
I hope so. If not, I'm sure he's watching along on YouTube.
Haven't seen him playing for a while. Doesn't look like it, but let's have a quick rundown of some of the scores today, shall we?
I'll have to do that.
Obviously, Stefan Bellmont, Groudens, Marcel, Walpen, Liam Mendel, Lawrence all coming through opening wins. A bit tougher for some. Dalman 3-2, sorry, against Aleska Jovanovic.
Lots of teams that are unfamiliar here already. Just looking for any averages that catch the eye.
Nothing too flashy in the opening set of games,
No.
but we normally expect that at the start.
You're getting your steady performances from your steady players, your Laurie Schaubs, your Marcel Gugas.
And to Buckner with an opening win with an 87 average as well. That'll be well known by people around.
Thomas England there, averaging 70 against Rudolf.
Paul Caggy getting an opening walkover win, 3-0. I'm sure he'll take that one. Only requires
I
one
think that
win.
might be his first 3-0 win of the season.
Probably correct.
Standing out. Lucas Seckinger here, of course. Player who I was really impressed with in St. Gallen.
Some very low numbers for some of the players.
A win for Florian Roethlisberger. His first win in an SDC Tour finals.
Did you play Florian?
I did play Florian Roethlisberger, yeah. 3-0 to my good self. Brushed him aside.
Was that your last win in an SDC event?
Good question. To be confirmed.
But no crazy averages so far. John Dominique Bolhander, for those wondering, has lost his first game.
I'm sure he'll be disappointed not to be on stream today.
He could be for his, if there is a consolation tournament.
Luis Camacho, he's come into a good little reign of form, hasn't he? In the last couple of months. 3-0 victory there over Marcel Bender. So as we are ready for a start here between Adrian Eckert and Alex Fehlmann. Do you see this being just one-sided, James? Or do you think Eckert can grab a leg?
I think this will be 3-0. It depends what sort of darts Fehlmann throws. Like, Fehlmann also has capability of throwing some absolute rubbish as well. So I think his spread is quite high relative to a lot of the other top players.
Agree. Do you think it's because of that sort of level of disinterest? I mean, I remember most famously when he averaged 50s against John Dominique Bolhander. When he was on the big fish and got one treble in.
Yeah.
That would have been the moment of the season if Bolhander checked that.
Quite ironic there with the bull off there. We have two darts from both players missing the 25 all bullseye, and then both of the third dart hitting the in the bull.
Of course, it's PDC rules they use for the bull off here. Means you have to hit a 25 or bullseye before a winner is confirmed.
As we're about to get underway in this one, Alex Fehlmann's opening game of SDC Championships. Starts us off with signature Tom.
I'm going to say, and I watched quite a lot of that Swiss Starts Trophy, but it's only now come to my mind the player whose throw he reminds me of.
Alex Fehlmann.
Yes. A less extreme version of this player.
Let me have a watch and a think.
A tour card holder.
A highly ranked tour card holder?
No, one struggling. Not at the World Championships this year, which is a shame.
Go on, give me a hint.
He's from Scandinavia.
Oh, are you thinking of... It does look a little bit like... Oh, I was thinking Karel Sedlacek, but...
He's not from Scandinavia.
It does look a little bit like Karel Sedlacek. I know he's not from Scandinavia, but I was thinking of Karel Sedlacek. Who could it be?
The wobble is certainly less pronounced, but there is a wobble with Alex Fehlmann.
Who's from Scandinavia that plays? Oh, are you thinking Benjamin Drury-Royce?
I am thinking of Drury-Royce, yeah. The sort of positioning of the arm, the wobble of the arm, the slight sort of bounce upwards on release.
It's not
which I hadn't particularly noticed.
It's not an extreme lead.
It's not as extreme. A little bit of the wobbly man.
Benjamin Drury-Royce. Interesting. I'm a big fan of Benjamin Drury-Royce.
I'm a big fan of Drury-Royce. I'm a medium fan of Fehlmann. As both have had good legs here, both on finishes after 12.
137, first shot for Fehlmann. Starts in 20s.
He'll just be thinking, ton me up. Decisions here, 98 left. Okay.
A little bit of an outside shot here for the Penguin.
Yeah.
If he can...
Yeah, that takes the Penguin. Just try and hit a ton. Just be thinking about one treble. Stay on the 20s if you can. The rustle always creeps in when you start switching, is my opinion, for younger players in particular that haven't got that strong board management experience. Fehlmann will now get his first start at tops.
It's a good dart at the 20, just to that left-hand side to give himself some room. I think that's low. Yeah, it is low.
104 for Eckert.
Is that blocked? No, doesn't think so.
Okay. Interesting. His first start was in a very similar position last time and he chose to switch. Didn't on that occasion.
The only option really, treble 16, double 18, but maybe wasn't thinking about that route. As Alex Fehlmann takes the opening leg with a 19 dart hold.
Good performance by both. Oh. Yeah, Eckert, an encouraging start from Eckert.
The SDC tournament winner will, of course, pick up 2,500 Swiss francs, 10,000 Swiss francs total. The biggest event of the year in Switzerland, outside of the Swiss Darts Trophy, of course, held by the PDC. All four players who competed for Switzerland in that event, all playing today, of course. Bruno Sturkley, Roger Hertig, Alex Fehlmann, and Marcel Walpen. Two WDF World Championship participants, Neil Duff, Liam Mendel-Lawrence, also competing. And obviously PDC World Champion, PDC World Championship first round appearance this year for Stefan Bellmont. He is also competing.
Yeah. It's impressive from Stefan Bellmont. I know we'll talk about that more a little bit later. I'm sure lots of you on YouTube watch Stefan Bellmont play Jermaine Watamina on the opening night of the championships. I was there at the Grand Palace myself watching that game. I thought Bellmont played very well.
I thought it was very impressive. I think he got a very tough draw. If being perfectly honest, I think Jermaine Watamina is probably the hardest game you could have got in that first round. And for your debut to put in a 92 average, okay, only won 4 legs, it's still very impressive.
Yeah, I was impressed with his grouping, hit loads of 180s. His setup play was really good.
We've seen a comment come in saying, who are the favourites for the tournament, Trav? Do you want to whip out Trav's little booking odds?
Bellmont starts as the tournament favourite for me. I anecdotally said with Mark earlier, I'd have Bellmont in there at about 4-1. Probably a little bit big if anyone's wanting a little outside bit of value. I've got Neil Duff then, second favourite. I think deservedly so for his accolades in the game. You then, next 3 or 4 players are all a little bit interchangeable. Good 140 there from Eckert. But your likes of Unterbuchner, Stockley, Walpen.
I think that was a bit of leftward rustle there. It wasn't a 140, just a 95. Now a lot of pressure on the 115 because this really is likely going to be cleaned up in 6
Pflaum
darts.
going to leave a 2 dart there, isn't he, you'd think? Not a disastrous bit of reversal, that.
No, 58's not. It's quite a nice, I think, 2 darts because you're starting up top and then you're finishing up top.
Of course, you can never overlook previous SDC winners. We've got Groudens, who's a previous event winner. You've got Shearts, you've got Liam Lawrence, Lucas Dahlman, all there who are going to be in and around that sort of last 16 kind of mark, aren't they? So after that, it's anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, rattle off your full list of odds, Trav, at the end of this leg, and I'll give you my thoughts on it.
Best bit of value.
Yeah.
So Eckert should get a dart double here if he can just stay straight. Probably looking at the 18s. Okay. He snatched that on the 18s a couple of times now. Just big 20. That leaves bullseye.
Hit it once in the bull off, and he hits it again.
Adrian Eckert.
74 pinned on the bull.
He's come to play, Adrian Eckert.
That leg could be important in the leg difference of the group stage here.
Already got Fehlmann thinking about this, because if Fehlmann loses, remember, he could be in trouble for qualification through this group.
Yeah, there's a big game going on board 2 at the moment as well. I mentioned previously that Eurotour winner Roger Hertig, he's one leg apiece with Shokdan Mamouti. Mamouti, a good player. We know made quarterfinals before.
Yeah.
Can cause upsets. And if he was to go on and lose that game to Mamouti, there is also Jochen Groudens in that group, who is, back-to-back finalist on the SDC this year. So playing some good darts, Groudens. Alex Fehlmann really coming to show what he's got here. Back-to-back tons.
Those treble 19s have been impressive from Fehlmann. Early switch has been good from him.
Trav, go on, give us your full list of odds for the tournament today. What do you think?
Okay, so I've got Bellmont at 4-1. I've then got Duff at 5s. Unterbuchner and Stockley both in at 8s. Then got Walpen at 10s. I've then got Geiger and Groudens at 16s. Shearts, Fehlmann, and Liam Lawrence all at 20s. And then after that, Dahlman probably deserves to be less than 50-1. Don't think Patrick Ellett is here. I don't think Rocco is here, actually.
Patrick Ellett was definitely on the list. I assume he is.
Rob Deher to get 100-1 if you fancy backing him for.
Patrick Ellett is here.
Patrick Ellett is here. Okay, I've got Ellett in at sort of 66-1.
No Hertig on there.
Hertig's at 100 if you want a bit of Hertig.
No Rocco Fulciniti here today.
No, Roger Tusher at 10,000-1.
That's a big price
For a 2-time quarter-finalist. Yeah. Of course, no odds available on these tournaments. They're just my
predictions,
thoughts. Yeah, my own opinions.
My one thing that I thought of those odds that you listed off there is that Liam Lawrence is bigger in score odds to win the SDC Championship than he is to win the BDO World Championship. 11-1 he was, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there are only 48 players in the WDF world. Of course, there are 230 players playing here today. So,
if we see a 130 combination here.
Double 8, that's 2 trebles, isn't it? Double 8 Fehlmann. Just inside.
I tell you what, that almost crept in single 16 and the leg is well and truly back on.
Realistically, Eckert's 12 darts away here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not followed up. He had a very good, steady last leg.
He did. Yeah, he'd left to finish after 15 in both of the previous 2 legs, but he's way off the pace in this one.
More bull checkouts in this match already than all of the Florian Hempel against Jeffrey Desvan game yesterday.
Should be busting this. Should be busting. I think he's deliberately dragged that inside, don't you? I don't think he was ever indulging.
No, I think it's a very safe dart and the correct thing to do.
Taking on that double 1. I'd very much agree with that comment there. Bellmont, Duff, and Unterbuchner. A couple of the favourites. Liam as well.
Yeah, my only thing with Liam that I don't tend to see with a lot of the other players here on the SDC is just that consistency.
Still don't really understand Liam's game because he played so well in the German Super League, for example, getting through to the knockout games against 6 other top quality German players. He always just underachieves in the SDC. He hasn't won an event. I think he's won 1 out of the 20 events this year. Hasn't really got a good accolade of semis or quarterfinals.
If the treble's found here by Eckert, which it's not, even still, 76 is a doable combination after he's just taken out 74. This is a bit of pressure on this twos now.
Fehlmann's been wasteful on the outer ring here. I think he's already up to somewhere near double figure darts missed.
Where's the room there, Trav? There's no room.
Second dart just kicked up, hadn't it? Made finding the target even more difficult.
Adrian Eckert's had a very steady game here so far. Got a chance to be a player. He's played at the Euro Tour, played the World Cup, won a World Cup game, remember, as well.
Beat Going Price in the World Cup 4 or 5 years ago. So it's tops for Eckert. There's a little bit of obscuration. He's thinking about which way to move. His dart stand really erect. Five tops. Adrian Eckert, 2-1 up, 2 combinations.
I didn't think there was any room there. That looked really obscured.
That is such a good bit of composure from such a young man. 2 combination finishes.
74 and 76. 74 on the bullseye as well, of course.
Goodness. Is Eckert now favourite for the game? Kicks us off with a ton.
Roger Toua will not be liking the look of this game
He
at
won't.
all at the moment.
No, that really throws the whole complexion of the group open if Fehlmann's to lose 3-1 here.
You're then really starting to look at averages, and that 40 that Toua threw in the first game is just not looking good at all. I know it was a 3-0 win, but...
What a comeback there from Fehlmann. You said earlier about the Duff recovery when he started single 5, then found 2 treble 20s. Fehlmann doing exactly the same there, showing his quality.
The nerves starting to kick in for Eckert, and you can see why. A chance to beat someone who's beaten Going Price at the World Cup.
Just getting a bit of advice in the background there, I think, from possibly his dad or an elderly gentleman in a flat cap.
Something about a flat cap that makes someone look a little bit more knowledgeable.
Calming, yeah. He's a calming presence in that cap. Take the cap off and he's just an ordinary Swiss man.
Take the cap off and he's just an average darts player.
It puts 10 points on your average. He'll take that, 85. We can go down in 80s from Eckert. He could be getting darts at double. So Fehlmann. Big darts here.
Needs a treble, really.
Wow.
That
43 from Fehlmann.
Scores a level now after 9 darts thrown. If you're Adrian Eckert, you would have taken this at the start of the game.
Keep his composure. Just slowing that rhythm down ever so slightly, isn't he? Trying to keep it all together. There's a treble.
Great readjustment. I think that's just an
85, yeah. He'll more than take that again, though.
Can Fehlmann show us why he is one of the best players in Switzerland? Finds a treble. Can he find another? Does find another. 133 to leave 140.
What a game this is already. Just our 4th game of the live stream.
I think he's got 6 darts from this 194. I think he'll need 9, though. I think that's... could be 1, it could be 20. That's a treble 18,
if that's 94, which I think it is. Goodness me.
Hasn't found the treble 18 all game. Let's see. 2 darts in here.
Yes.
Double 10 for a 140 combination finish. Oh, couldn't hit a double in the last leg. Takes that 140 to save his skin in this game against Adrian Eckert as he gives him a little round of applause there.
This is an unbelievable game. The finishing in this game has been ridiculous.
Well, the finishing in this game has been gone 2 ways. It's been 1 minute Alex Fehlmann can't buy a finish. Then all of a sudden he's hitting 140 combination. Adrian Eckert with 74 and 76. He's hit 2 from 2 on dubs.
What has Eckert got left? It was a good scoring leg from Eckert. He found 4 or 5 trebles in that leg. There was just a bit too much of this. Really wild darts. But then adjusts nicely.
I just don't see how he can continue keeping this up, like finding that treble last dart. At some point, that last dart treble's not going to go in. They're not consistently close enough to the treble.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. You can't rely on finding trebles 2nd and 3rd dart in hand.
Great 134 there from Alex Fehlmann.
He's playing really nicely, isn't he, Fehlmann?
And that's
really controlled.
That's the difference with the top players. Like when the top pros as well, you watch, they're all so close to the treble. At some point, they're going to just slip into the trebs.
He's not getting frustrated, is he? He's just staying nice and cool. Nice and calm.
Fehlmann could have very easily started to lose the plot here.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he put in a very good game on the Euro Tour against Madars Rasma, averaged in the 90s.
He did play very well. Yeah, he was very steady in that game. In fact, I think all 4 Swiss players, for different reasons perhaps, put in really good displays.
Yeah.
Hurtig, you'd say the weakest of the 4 players, yet picking up that incredible last leg win.
Yeah, steady ton there from Eckert. Keeps the leg somewhat alive. Alex Fehlmann is back in again to the treble. There's another one. Is he going to stay there?
Treble, man.
He's going to 18s. Tries to fill it up. I think that's a 140. Yeah, it is. Hard with that zoom into 100% see what section it's gone into.
I can see that's 2 lots of reversal. 5-1 and big 20. As my sausages are in the oven, that's Adrian Eckert breakfasting all over the live stream.
Are we going to see this run of combination finishing continue as he leaves double 8 to seal a 3-2 win over the Penguin Adrian Eckert? Double 4. He's struggled on this so far. Struggled on it again. I wonder if that'll be in his head now. He's back on double 2 and he's struggled to hit it.
Fehlmann is clearly a far better player than me and you, James, but my mentality going for that double there is I'm putting that nowhere near inside double 4. I'm aiming almost beyond the outside wire. I'm thinking I'm 250 points ahead. I'm not even taking on that double 4 to avoid this exact scenario here. Where if you're on double 2 and now if he goes inside, what's the play? Can he attack it now?
The third dart, you have to stay outside. You can't go inside here. Yeah, had to stay outside. It was one of those. It's like it's cautious. I think I agree with you. The third dart double 4 should have erred on the side of caution.
Yeah.
But it's hard when you're in those moments and you're kind of you want the game to be over. You don't want to say, "Oh, I'll come back next time and clean it up." There's now going to be pressure on because that's a treble. It's 100 scored for Eckert, which leaves 109, a doable outshot after the way he's been finishing.
Fehlmann really has missed doubles in patches, but he misses no more. And Fehlmann survives a bit of a scare there. He was 2-1 down. If it wasn't for that brilliant 140 in the 4th leg, he would have been in trouble. Congratulates Eckert. He's played very well.
Gives a bit of advice to him as well, which seems quite nice.
Nice words of wisdom imparted here. Eckert by no means out of this group. He's picked up an important 2 legs there. He will still have hard work to do.
Marcel Walpen gives him a little high five as well.
So it looks like we'll be watching him next against Johannes. Stay tuned for that one very shortly.
Marking.
Welcome back to more group stage coverage. Between two men we've seen already, Marcel Walpen and Johannes Alich. Alich, of course, not yet picking up a leg in this tournament. But an encouraging start from him. He played better than maybe that 3-0 loss would suggest.
Yeah, I think Alich has been unlucky with the group he's drawn into. I think easily the hardest group, I would say, here today. But did pick up our only 180 that we've seen on stream so far. So, you know, there's definitely positives to be taken away from him for this. We've seen Marcel Walpen pick up tops. Take the opening leg, 1-0.
A player we haven't talked about yet today, James, but how do you think Alich gets on today?
I saw his opening game. He won 3-0.
Currently averaging 83 against Hannes Winzler.
After one leg, so got to take it with a pinch of salt.
How do you think he does today? Does he get to the quarters, the last 16, the last 32?
Last 16 is where I think he sits. We see Edis Ibrahimoski representing Macedonia today. Didn't expect that. Ronnie Ungertham averaging 91 after 3 legs. Very impressive. One of your favourite players. But losing a leg, though, to Maximilian Etwine.
Of course, one of the SDC's greater hotheads, you might say.
Ronnie Ungertham,
We saw Alex Fehlmann keep his cool very well against Eckert there. I'm not sure if Ronnie Ungertham would have done the same at 2-1 down.
Yeah, we mentioned briefly Liam Mendel-Lawrence starting well. That only ton plus average we've seen so far.
Really?
100.20.
Should we just have a little check on that leaderboard, see if there's any big stats standing out, any big 180 hitters or any big fiches checked already?
Let's have a look. British Sturkley currently with the highest 3-dart average across both games he's played so far, 88.84.
Look at that first 9 average from under Buckner, over 100.
Yeah, that stands out from the rest. That's definitely going to be the highest first 9 average.
5 points higher than even Groudon's, who, as we know, is such a big power scorer.
98 for Groudon's. Laurie Schaub, impressive first 9 average, 89.39. Damir Vukovac at 92, but actual overall 3-dart average at 59.
Wow. He's missed some darts at double. I don't know who Marco Mon is.
No, I wonder if that's the player that we've heard about in the background. The player from the Next Gen series. So we talk about 180 being hit there for
Johannes
Alich. We've currently so far had 29 180s across the board. So I had to do a bit of quick maths in my head there. There's been 21 players who have hit 1. Antsud hitting 2. Thomas Coneline hitting 2 and Stefan Bellmont hitting 3 already.
I'd say Ant Sud is one of the tightest groups in the SDC.
Yeah, I think
I'm not surprised to see Ant Sud near the top of that metric. I think Groudens will be up there by the end of the day. I think he'll probably hit 5 or 6 throughout today.
Not hit one so far. We've seen Frank Schroeder hit one as well.
Oh, good. Frank Schroeder's here. Good player, Frank.
I think you overrate Schroeder slightly. A player that I think is quite good, that always seems to... It has such a sporadic spray of averages, is Nicholas Wurgler. He sometimes averages in the 50s, sometimes averages in the 60s, but then I played him... Oh, hello. Could we see a 120 combination finish here? Oh, that's criminal from Johannes Alich. Hits a 180 against Neil Duff and almost has a chance for a 120 finish against Marcel Walpen, but sprays it.
Oh, that's miscalculation.
That's not a good leave. That's not a good leave. I see Marcel Walpen on the Madhouse. I think this goes. Oh, goes inside. There's a chance here for Johannes
30 darts, and Marcel Walpen has not sealed a leg of darts. Goodness me.
Splits it. Good fat 6 as well. 8, 1 dart. Oh, outside for Almich.
He'll be ruining that poor Mass. Oh my goodness me, Marcel Walpen has bust again as Adrian Fichte looks on in the background there.
He looks like a man. It's very early in the day. Does he need a beverage?
Yes, he looks cold.
Can Neil Duff give him a Duff beer? Oh, he's playing the exhibition shot. Goes through the whole of the 8s. Teases the treble. 4. Oh, Johannes Almich. As we see, Marcel Walpen finally seal the leg to go 2-0 up. Laughing to himself there, but I think inside he'll be a little bit disappointed with how he's played in this one so far.
He'll just take the win, won't he? He's 2-0 up. He's thinking about next game against Duff, man.
He will, but I do think the players look at the leaderboard, look at who's a threat for the day. I think it definitely does come into the radar because it's a sign of how well someone's playing.
It is.
Especially if you can clean up against the kind of, I would call the fodder at the bottom of the table.
I think when the day is as long as these days are, the leaderboard is constantly shifting. One bad game and you drop down, one good game, you go up. It's going to be so many ebbs and flows for the good players today in terms of their numbers.
Should we see what the highest finish of the day is so far?
That's always a nice statistic, yeah. I'd guess 130, 135 maybe.
Ooh. Rene Dam with a 167. Alex Fehlmann, obviously, with the 140 we saw on stream.
How did I forget?
I love the prediction, yeah.
130. Having just watched the 140, yeah.
So far, we have had a grand total of 13 ton plus checkouts.
Could be more, of course. Some of these players could have had 2 BAPs.
For sure.
Sebastian Jacobi with a 127. Player you like?
Jacobi's a good player. Very good player. Marcel Walpen on 83. Do you think he'll entertain the bullseye?
He won't entertain the bullseye. He'll find treble 17, I think. No.
He's not going to entertain this.
A quick G's. Treble 10 is the loot.
Oh, goes bullseye for dubs 8. Oh, and then goes out of bullseye to leave tops. Leaves himself, I believe, on 56. A bit of 3 ways Russell there.
Yeah. A little bit confusing what Johannes is really trying there. Walpen's back. 2 darts at tops.
So we have each player's highest score they've hit. What do you reckon the lowest high score is of any player? So for Bellmont, his highest score is 100.
I wouldn't be surprised if JD has got a lowest score of less than 60.
It's Simon Ritter currently, whose high score is 23.
So he's never had 2 straight darts, is what that's suggesting.
No. There are 3 players currently with...
But his highest dart out is 35.
Oh, that can't be correct then. It's a HSI. High score. Oh, maybe this is highest turn. Highest HSI.
Oh, you're doing Simon Ritter dirty. I think he's at a top
horrendous.
40.
Oh, that's the highest first turn score.
Got
First
it. Even
visit.
Paul Cagney's in the ton club.
Sorry. The highest score, highest turn is 78. Is the lowest highest turn? That's not that bad at all.
I'm very surprised you've even got JD at 88.
Yeah. How do you get 88?
Tops, treble 12, single 8.
I mean, that doesn't add up to 88. Is it time for the touche again?
It's always time for the touche. Yeah. I'm liking this interchange of group play. It's good, getting to see the complexions of two groups at the same time. Of course, these championships are live in Schaffhausen, in the northeast corner of Switzerland, which is the metaphorical home of the SDC and Swiss darts. A real darting hotbed in Schaffhausen.
Here's a question for you. So the PDC World Championships to date has 274 180s. Will the SDC event today eclipse that 274? Bear in mind, after 1.5 group stage games per player, we've had 29.
And the total beat was 270.
I think it's a bit too high.
Mm.
I think we'll end up around 150.
Of course, the games get significantly longer as you get into the knockout stages. They
And you get the
first to
better
4
players.
and then first to 5. Then the final, of course, will be first to 7 legs.
Depends also maybe if there's a consolation as well. That'll pick up an extra couple.
I think we'll be really close to 270.
Yeah.
If there's a consolation, I think it'll go over. If there isn't, I think I'd put the guess between 220 and 250, that kind of range.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for 180s.
Of course, no stranger to 180s. Roger Tusha back. I'm getting little word that he might be the recipient of a prize later in the afternoon. Hearing that on the grapevine that he could be in contention for one. Do you think he's deserving, James, of any particular prize this year?
Oh, I mean, if he could get Commentator's Player of the Year every year, it would get my vote.
He won it last year as our selection. Who have we awarded it to this year?
We didn't get asked for a
Oh,
vote.
did you not? Shame. Neil Duff would probably win yours, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would easily. I think Roger Tusha should win Most Improved Player. Young Player of the Season for me should go to Antsud. Don't think it will. Think they've got SDC bias.
Adrian Eckert could be in contention after that good performance there. Perhaps hasn't quite had the string of results in the SDC that maybe his ability suggests.
Yeah, Player of the Season for me should go to Bellmont.
You can't really look past Bellmont, can you? He's not been as prolific this year as the last 2 seasons. Certainly his title count is down this year. We've had more new winners, haven't we? Like Dellinger, Rene Kern.
Yeah. Consolation Player of the Season, Andreas
It
Hyman.
can only be high. Or potentially Tusha with his 2 SDC consolation titles this season.
He says 3.
I think one was last season.
Fine.
So who will...
Quite an interesting stat here there. The average finish for Liam Mandel Lawrence is 65.33. Very high.
Very high.
Neil Duff's is 72.
Especially when Mendel Lawrence has won 6 legs today.
Yeah.
Duff, of course, has only won 3.
I don't remember him taking out that many combination finishes.
Duff
Yeah.
had the 116, of course.
Cool.
Then he
yeah.
had 60,
Yeah.
which means his other combination must have been maybe just tops to get to that average. So who's the Touche playing in this one, James? Who's his opponent?
I can tell you what he looks like, and I can tell you he can't count very well. I can't remember his name. I think,
Rolf.
Möll, is it? Is it Möll? No, it's not Damien Möll. It's
Rolf?
no,
Not Schelling.
not Rolf Schelling. Looks a little bit like Rolf Schelling.
Of course, quick shout out to Rolf Schelling. He came all the way over from Switzerland on his own to watch that Stefan Bellmont game. I was sat next to Rolf. Enjoyed his company. He offered me a few beverages, which I appreciated. Speaking of beverages, Marco Geyser I believe, is also here. Can we have a quick check on Marco Geyser?
Trying to find our group stage with Roger Toucher. We can find out who we're waiting for. Let's see. Oh no, that's no. Who played? Who played him in the first game? It was oh no, I was getting confused. I thought we were waiting for Rudolf Möll. We're not waiting for Rudolf Möll. Who was the third person in this group stage? It's not Steve Lauper.
It's not Steve Lauper. Is it Mitch Pflaum?
Mitch Pflaum. I think maybe they're waiting for Pflaumi on scoring. I don't know.
Tuch has already played Mitch Pflaum, of course. That was 3-0.
It could be Eckert. It could be Fehlmann. There's obviously a TV crew today. I don't know if you heard this. Reached out to the SDC asking to film.
I did hear this, yeah. I don't know if we are also live on Schaffhausen TV. A long-time broadcaster.
I'm not 100% sure on that one, actually.
Neil looking very smart in the background there. Chooses to take that dark shirt off between games then, by the looks of things. Unless that is an undershirt he plays with.
I don't believe that's Neil Duff. You've got confused there, Trav. It looks a lot like Neil Duff, but I don't think it is Neil Duff.
Duff's brother.
Fabian Beal putting in a good performance currently. Who did you want to know how they got on?
Marco Geyser.
Marcus Geyser?
Marcus Geyser, yeah.
Lost 3-0. Fabian Shaw. Shaw is a good player, though.
Shaw is a good player.
Made a semi-final last week, if I'm not mistaken.
He did, yeah. Lost to Walpen in that semi-final in our last regular event. And, of course, Walpen then beat Jochen Groudens in the final.
Disappointed not to see our man who loves to be on stream all the time, Connor Steiger, not here today.
Quick word about Connor Steiger. Almost looks unrecognisable in the last 6 months. He certainly had some physical transformation. Good to see him looking well and fit and healthy.
Roger Hertig loses in his opening game to Shokradam Mamouti.
Wow.
Euro Tour player likely to be going home today in the group stages. Shokradam Mamouti only averaging 59. Roger Hertig averaging 67 and losing. It just tells you that averages mean nothing in this game. A last leg, 29 dart holder throw.
Isn't it bizarre? I'd say there's only a handful of players, maybe in the whole darting community, that play better on a live board in front of a crowd than they do behind closed doors. Can you think of any other players, James, in the sort of top 200 in the world that play better on stage, noticeably better? Or in terms of numbers, 20 points higher?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few. Florian Hemphill.
I'd say Scott Williams is probably one as well.
I think Florian Hemphill showed it yesterday. He plays well on stage. He always does well at the Worlds every year. Scott Williams, as you say, is another great shout. There are some players that play noticeably worse. A lot of players that play noticeably worse.
Agree.
Keen Barry is one. Keen Barry hates it.
I'd say Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Doesn't like the stage.
Doesn't like the lakeside stage.
I don't think he plays that badly on the lakeside stage because I'm never really that impressed with him on the floor.
Has averaged 100, of course, today.
That's one game. That's one game. And I think, can you name me any other times that in STC events he's averaged over a ton?
In group stages on several occasions, yeah.
Very infrequently see it. I think Johannes Alich plays quite well on stage, but we don't get to see it frequently enough.
Of course, Marco Geyser has a very openly said to me he does not like competition. Averages 80s in his bedroom, 40s in the SDC.
Oh, did you say 80s in his bedroom?
80s, yeah. Maybe even 90s.
I remember John Dominic Belhanda told me he averaged mid 80s when he was playing at home. Beat Lawrence Ilagan from his home, but lost, obviously, averaging 30s in SDC. Good friends, of course, with...
I think I averaged 80 last night, didn't I, in that 101 game?
Speaking of, obviously...
I picked up 61 in 2 darts, so that would be a good average inflation.
Very true. We're obviously talking about JD. Talk about Filipino darts at the moment, the way that it's going. Incredible stuff. What a win yesterday. That's not Sandra Eric Sossing.
Lachlan Lee. He's, of course, from Hong Kong.
No. Who beat Jim Williams?
Not Nebrida.
It was Paolo.
It was Nebrida.
Paolo Nebrida.
I do confuse some of these players.
Paolo Nebrida with a win yesterday. Great win for Paolo Nebrida. Doesn't love a 1080, but loves a win.
That's very fair.
Unlike some other Filipino players that do love 1080s, like Noel Maligdem. We're going to pause for a while we wait for the players to turn up, and then we'll join you back again for the next round of commentary.
Welcome back to our live stream coverage. Here we have Alex Fehlmann and Roger Toua. Both involved in good games so far. Roger Tuja beating Mitch Pflaum 3-0 in his opening game. Alex Fehlmann beating Adrian Eckert 3-2. Well into the group stage action from around the boards. A little name to catch my eye there, Felix Shearts. Let's see how he's getting on today. Beat Dominic Fankhauser in his first game, 3-1, and is currently one leg up on Fabian Hoffmann. Looks to be smooth sailing for him. Another name that's caught my eye there, Marco Mon. We've mentioned him already today. He lost 3-0 to Liam Mendel Lawrence when he averaged 100. But Marco himself averaged 77. Marco Mon kicked off that game with a 1080 against Salvatore Parente. So keep your eyes on Marco Mon. Potentially more to come from him. As Fehlmann takes the first leg. Lucas Bellmont had to come through another tricky game against Ernard Filovic. He did get over the line in that one, 3-1. Could be a straight shootout between Tony Massiano and Sven Geiger for qualification in Group AF. Fehlmann finds another ton 40. Been really impressed by the grouping of Fehlmann. Looks as though he's just got slightly too much 4-2 shit in this game. Jackie Julie watching on in the background there. And Mike Bermudez. Another interesting development in the last week with the SDC. They have a new beer supplier and beer partnership, which has all come to light after the Swiss Darts Trophy in Basel. They have paired up with Heineken. I believe now Heineken are the sole suppliers of beer for SDC events. Hopefully that provides a cheaper and better option for players in the venue. As Roger Tuja is on 170. Can he get a dart? Well, that's one treble 20 in. Ooh. Hold our breath. It's a ton 40 from Tuja. He'll be down to a double first. Fehlmann 124. 64 left. That leaves the bullseye. Surely it can't be another checkout from Fehlmann. It's 25. Miles inside for that first start. Oh, unfortunate treble 7 there. It's not a badly thrown dart. Okay. Has Fehlmann really gone 7-9? That is 17 now for double 4. He's not been good on this section of the board so far today. He misses yet again. Tuja back for 30. It's right on the wire. If he can use guides, this bed looks even bigger with that one on the wire. Oh, he's put it inside. Inside the marker dart. That is unfortunate from Tuja. So Fehlmann, he stacks plenty there in the game, but just cannot find his way around that first dart when it's low. Toua. Just outside. I think there must be a big projector screen just to the right of the players. Seems to be watching this game on. Oh, now in the madhouse, has to attack this. Goes inside. Another scrappy leg. So Toua for double four. Finds double four. Gets a leg on the board. Levels us up. One leg apiece. A long time coming. An odd kind of day for Fehlmann already. Midway through this second game. Really survived a scare against Adrian and Eckert. His scoring's been brilliant. Dare say he's probably the biggest 140 hitter of the day so far. Back this up with the leaderboard. He's currently hit 6 140s across his game and a half. Bellmont and Thomas Conline both on 7. Mikkel Underbuckner has just averaged 92 in victory against Kevin Hiller. Plus statement performances for the field there. Luis Camacho, as we said, is probably playing the best art of his life at the moment. Camacho, he's 2-1 up on Christian Hertzberg. Wonder if he can have a real deep run today, an overdue run to perhaps the semi-finals or further. So Fehlmann a long way ahead in this leg. Needs to finish after 9. Fehlmann 104 for another ton plus checkout. The move from the 20s doesn't, just stays there. Okay. When you're this far ahead, big numbers, very much sufficient. Well, for double 18, okay. Interesting route. Certainly not advisable for weaker players, you'd say. 8 and 16 offer a good buffer. So if you miss one, you're still on a favourable double. Does clean up. So can Toua gone in there in this game, grab another leg. Fehlmann, and again, been really impressed with his first start. Good ton from the Toua. Doesn't leave a finish. I'm not sure that'll come to haunt him. Do I see Fehlmann taking this out in 6 darts? No, I don't. Oh, that's careless from Toua. Just a big number there. Would make the checkout so much easier if he returns. 88 now for Fehlmann. Maybe he's just thinking about the setup. 68 left. If he returns. Wonder if he'll go that 12 double 18 route again. We will see. Because Toua will not be checking out the 1, 2, 3. Fehlmann should be back. 2 match darts. Almost seal his place at the top of this group. He does go 12. Double 18. It's just inside. Double 9 now. And goes inside the double 9 as well. Okay. Of course, double 18 has that risk associated with it. Toua. Oh, that's really nasty setup play. 15 scored. And a double. It's not been his friend. Double 4. Find it this time. When he needs it most, he can't. Let's Toua back. But boy, should he be kicking himself. He was on 80. Finds the outer. That leaves tops. Tops for Toua. For 2 apiece. It's there. Toua's found tops. So Fehlmann is involved in another last leg decider. Can he come through this one as convincingly as the last? Bellmont with the throw. 2 legs apiece. It's a good last dart treble. His switch has been so impressive today, Fehlmann. You feel Toua's hanging on in there. There's nearly 20 points between the averages. It all comes down to this leg. Just 60 from Fehlmann. Nice little crowd building up here to watch this one. Downstairs now, Fehlmann by the looks. What the thinking is there? Oh, goodness me. That's just 44. Oh, it's a last dart treble. Great dart. Would have left the door slightly open for Toua. Really needs a treble now. Can't go 9 trebleless. Oh, and he does. Fehlmann very much thinking about shutting that door. It's another ton. Oh, it's a ton 40. Apologies. Fehlmann has time on his side. Doesn't need to take on the ball here. Could start on it. Doesn't. Starts on the treble 17. Okay. 70. Should have done the maths on it here. Not quite sure of the confusion. That's treble 18. That leaves double 8. For yet another ton plus check out. Alex Fehlmann goes inside. Okay. Interesting group. You don't see many players start on the 17s on 1-2-1. You have this much time. Choose the route you like. Double 4 for Fehlmann. Really not been his friend. Neither is this one. Double 2. Attacks it this time. And does find it. It's a 17 dart holder throw for Alex Fehlmann. When he is pushed, he has come up with the answers today. He has almost certainly secured his qualification now after those 2 wins against Adrian, Eckert and Roger Toua. We may now be waiting on the big game in Marcel Walpen's group. Are we about to see the clash we've been waiting for? Marcel Walpen, Neil Duff. We will find out in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to everyone's favourite Christmas darts player, Rudolf Möll, against Neil Duff. Of course, Rudolf will be hoping to make it rain deer in this game. I'm all finished with Christmas-related jokes. As the bull-off continues, after some good darts from both. That's almost a Christmassy dart shirt from Rudolf Möll. Not quite, I don't think. It's some kind of penguin. Trying to see the nickname on the back of his shirt. I can't quite see it. Anyway, if anyone knows Rudolf Möll's darting nickname, please let me know. Of course, Rudolf being watched by Rolf in the background there. As we've said, Rolf Schelling was there in the crowd watching Stefan Bellmont with myself last Sunday. He was having a good time on the beverages, let me assure you. So Neil Duff is back. His second game in the SDC MyDarts.ch Championships. Speaking with James about this, that there's a couple of things from different camera angles that you maybe see different things about Neil Duff. I'm pretty sure I've seen Neil live at the Modus events, and I certainly remember his angle of entry being more off the straight line than this. They look as though they're going in really dead straight from this camera angle. It is the first time I've had this board view of Duff's game. Let me know on YouTube. How far do we think he's going today? Is he going to pick up that title? Eyes it out of the hands of Stefan Bellmont, who has had a vice-like grip on tournaments in Switzerland. Good 140 there from Rudolf. Claws his way somewhat back into this leg. If Duff doesn't take 76, which he won't. Into tops. So Duff on tops. His double of choice in the double in events that he plays. Finds tops. One leg to the good, Neil Duff. Again, we'll keep browsing around the boards. Today be the day for Fabian Liemacher to have a deep run in the competition. He won his first game 3-1 and is currently 2-1 up on Sven Kubala. Claudio Dono with 2 wins today. We'll be going through into the knockout stages. Anch Sood, 2 games, 2 wins. One of my favourite players in the SDC. Laurie Schaub has beaten Angela Heinrich, averaging 80. We know that Laurie Schaub has been doing some practice with Stefan Bellmont. I was also hearing from Stefan that his darts bar is now fully open. He practices with Marcel Walpen every Thursday in that bar, which I think is near Charm or Hausen, some part of the middle of Switzerland. As Duff again has comfortably outscored Rudolf in this leg. I like how Neil's worn his shirt that almost represents mountains while in Switzerland today. I don't think it is a mountain, but it's some resemblance to the iconic Swiss landscape. Hasn't gone unnoticed for me. Yeah, I don't quite know what those lines are meant to represent. I'm going to say they look alpine either way. Shanghai for Duff. Some aggressive head shaking there for not finding the treble. Competitive fever, that competitive spirit that he has, clearly doesn't leave you. Surprised to see that reaction. Rudolf's not on a finish. Duff's comfortably the better player, yet still frustrated at small things like not finding a treble on that Shanghai finish. I'm surprised. I certainly don't know many players that I think would react in such a, I don't know, steely, a focused, a determined way. As Duff finds his first 180 in the SDC Championships. How many darts can we get into a 9 today? Are we about to find out? Playing at just 3. Dominic Ferrero's here. I think you could see him in the background of the live stream. Sat down, you can, in the blue. He's averaged 85 in victory against Erzbrunge. And he probably would also have reacted like Duff. He's a very focused, temperamental darts player almost. Certainly shows his reactions, does Ferrero. Whether in victory or defeat. 147 for Duff. That leaves 70. So he'll be back 460. To ensure his place in the knockout stages. Of course, whether he finishes first or second in that group will come down to that game against Marcel Walpen. Don't want to go anywhere for that. Duff misses a couple more there at tops. Rudolf is not flying through the sky with this performance. He about to get dumped out by the Duff. Yes, he is. 3-0 victory for Neil Duff. And ensures his place in the knockout stages. As for Rudolf Möll, well, he's got it all to do. And a victory in Marcel Walpen's next game would ensure that Rudolf Möll is out of the competition. He played valiantly in that game against Walpen. Didn't put up as much of a fight there against Duff. Stay tuned for our next game, which I believe will feature Adrian Eckert. There he is. Perhaps playing Mitch Pflaum. Stay tuned. welcome back. And here we have 14-year-old Adrian Eckert against Pflaum. Of course, Eckert, one of the top young darting talents in Europe. He's from Germany, but has been playing a lot of events in the SDC. Perhaps without the real success that I think will come for him. His time will obviously come. I'm sure it's been a good year of development for him. Showed real talent and real promise in that game against Fehlmann. Just couldn't quite do enough to get over the line, losing in that last leg decider. Of course, we mentioned 3 Euro Tour players here today. That should have been 4. Thomas Kuhnlein has played on the European Tour. Over 5 years ago, it must be said. He is in a good spot to qualify as he is 2-0 up on Peter Willig. He's already won his first game. Make that first 2 games. In fact, Coleman is on an 8-leg undefeated streak in that group, Group AH. Reached 98 against Roger Baumann. Of course, Kuhnlein made the quarterfinals in the inaugural SDC Tour Finals back in 2022. As we're almost ready for a start in this one. You can hear Roman Lefel in the background there. Great to see that he is here this weekend. He is the SDC's premier referee and announcer. And also a handy player. He was playing in the doubles event that was played last night. Just give you a quick recap of how that event went down. It was a straight knockout tournament between 24 pairs. Final was between Sven Geiger and Jochen Groudens against Carlos Stracht and Jonathan Feldhaus. Quickly check if either of those 2 players are playing here today. I know Geiger and Groudens are. They were victorious in that final, 4-0. So let's have a look. Feldhaus. Jonathan Feldhaus is here today. He's currently 2 wins from 2. Keep your eyes on these players. Players that haven't played in the SDC before. Always difficult to know where their true abilities and their true limits are. So Jonathan Feldhaus, a man to potentially be wary of today. his partner Carlos Stract, name I'm not familiar with, is also 2 wins from 2 games today. Admittedly, the average is less impressive for Stract. Yet to average over 60 today. But still, clearly have the quality if they're to come through into the doubles final. They beat Marcel Walpen and Denise Kochley. Just see if he is here today. He is partner of Walpen. He lost in his first round game to Philip O'Burley. Just goes to show you can't necessarily read into doubles form and translating that to singles results. Geiger and Groudens, of course, have the record that speaks for itself. Adrian Eckert and the 167. Turn away the screen for a minute, and Eckert's putting 2 trebles in to one of the biggest finishes of all. Back now for double 15. Goes straight for it. I'd probably advise him to split here. If I'm throwing the darts, I'm splitting that with my last one. Pflaum's not on a finish. Double 15 did look blocked. Slightly surprised he didn't. Back for it and finds it straight away. The fearlessness of these young players. For fear or worry about going inside, was aggressive, took it straight on with the first dart. And he's 1 leg to 0 up. So Eckert, 1-0 up. Well, make sure he needs to win this game, Eckert. And that will most likely set up that decider against Roger Toua. That's the outcome I would expect in this group. Still a lot of darts to be thrown before then. Pflaum's got a 100-point advantage. It's like... Mitch rocking his own personalised dart shirt there. Not quite sure what the colouring or the logo is meant to be representing. I think he's called the Mad Donkey. You may get a closer look. It's the something donkey. Again, if anyone knows the relevance of that nickname, I would like to know it. Could it be a football team, perhaps? Something donkey. I couldn't quite see. That looks to be 2 trebles from Eckert. Is that a 140? 140 from Eckert. Back in control. How the leg can swing. Pflaum now in all kinds of trouble. That's missed the board. Just 40 scored. Eckert again in control. I think he'll start on the bullseye here. Does. Does leave 57. Yeah, so the first start was out of bull. Let's miss the board. Just needs to make sure of the 17 here. Want to get close to the treble, of course. Oh, does flirt with the treble. Should be back to tops. Unless the donkey. Can produce something special, which he can't. Eckert's back, 4 tops. I really like the composure from Eckert. I think the biggest compliment I can pay him is that no darts, I feel, have been rushed, hurried, thrown away. Particularly young players are very much guilty of doing that at times. Even players like Bellmont, who's obviously a good few years older than Eckert. I'd say even a player of his quality throws darts away, is careless at times with the counting. Can make no such comment for Eckert. Every dart calculated, precise, focused. Finds the double 10 for 2. Legs to 0 lead. So Pflaum still yet to win a leg here today. As this game looks to be heading towards a finish. Now starting on the 19s, Pflaum just hasn't got that same depth control, has he? On 20s, he's really high and then really low. 19s, you could see it there as well, was high and low of the treble. I think players with such a quick release, Eckert is also a player in this bracket whose arms move through so quickly. That arm is a little bit too tense. You can see him maybe trying to shake the feeling of tension out of his arm there. I think that's just because his arm is tightening a little bit, and a few of those darts are dropping low, very low, which is exacerbated by how fast his arm moves through the air. Keep another little eye on my buddy Marcus Geyser. How is he getting on? He beat Tiago Pupili 3 legs to 2. So he still has a chance in that group of qualifying. You all the best for today, Marcus. Liam and Lawrence has secured top spot of Group D. 3 games, 3 wins. Thomas Conline didn't drop a leg in Group H. He will be topping that one. Ronnie Ungathum will be the winner of Group I. So hasn't lost a lug there. Frieda Lang and Miroslav Wagenhofer will have a shootout to decide who will top Group L. All good players in Group N. We have Alexander Trubst, Rock Bahor, Luca Agnostopoulos and Sebastian Herold. Still up for grabs in that group. Rock Bahor on his way out. The other 3 still very much in contention. 4-8 for Eckert. Should be switching here, really. I can't see any way through to the treble 20. Okay. Again, I think with time, he'll understand. With his darting ability, he could have gone down to 19s there, 18s. Switch seemed the more feasible option. Coming back for 88. Again, doesn't need to take on the ball. Advise him not to. 68 left. Doesn't. That's treble 8. 54 remaining. Ooh, don't know what he was going for there. I'd be confused between the 12 and the 14. I don't know if he was going for 12. Perhaps my maths was wrong. Was on 44. Thank you. So that's single 17. That leaves double 9. Okay. Missed the big number again there. Was going for the single 3. Again, still don't think there's much danger coming back here from Pflaum. Do I see him checking out 96? I don't. So Eckert, double 9. Oh, busts it first dart. Four double 9 in what has been a one-sided game. Should be the deserving winner here, Eckert. The last leg's been a little bit scrappy from both. Can he just find it? He can find it. Had two nice guides on the wire there. Wraps up a 3-0 victory over Mitch Pflaum. And will set up that showdown with Roger Toua for qualification in this group. So we're now going to be back over to Group C, where there are 2 games remaining in that group. We have Marcel Walpen to play Neil Duff. The winner will be top of Group C. And we then have Rudolf Möll and Johannes Alich, who are both just playing for pride. Looks as though it could be the game we've been waiting for. Marcel Walpen, Neil Duff. Strap yourselves in. What a game this will be. Keeping on those outdoor glasses, are they? I don't usually see a pair of dark tinted glasses from Walpen. That's not seeing things well. We will be back with live coverage very shortly, as we're waiting for Neil Duff in this one, where he will be playing Marcel Walpen.
Welcome back to the MyDarts SDC Championship. Here we are for the biggest encounter of the day so far. Neil, the Duff man Duff, against Marcel, Cello Walpen. I have Neil Duff in this one. Cool, calm, composed, collected. This man on the outer ring. Trav, who's your prediction for this one?
Marcel Walpen wins this game. I think Marcel Walpen wants it more. I think he produces his best against good players. And I think he will want to lay down a marker in this game. Walpen will know if he's to finish second in this group, then his run deep in this tournament is very much stunted. So I'm backing Marcel Walpen to bring out his best in this one.
It's going to be an interesting one. I think it realistically it could go either way. The bull-off is massive, I think. When it's a first of three encounter with players of this quality, like 18 darts will be enough.
Yeah, the hold of throw is clearly an advantage, isn't it? Whoever throws first in each leg is the favourite for the leg.
Here is the bull-off. You see Cello
finding the bull.
hitting the bullseye.
It's a Duff man. Also pinning
the ball. As a fellow half Northern Irishman, I'm supporting Neil Duff in this one. Outside, that hurts the Duff man.
Don't see Walpen missing. 2 bulls for Marcel.
This is worrying time for Cello.
Already some head shaking in the background for Duff.
Here we go. It's going to be a good game. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. It's always nice to have a breath of fresh air in the SDC. Duff providing that today.
Is that a brekkie to start with? No, 45.
It'd be nice to have some spotting on this game, wouldn't it?
It would, yes. It's that sort of game.
It deserves a game to be spotted.
Hard to tell whether they're 85. There could be a 1. It could be treble 20.
That's 2 fat 20s for Walpen. He's gone 6 darts trebleless.
And 1 bit of Russell. Neil Duff starting with his signature 85. I think that's in. I think that's also in. I think that's Tom Fiddy.
Agree. Good start from the Duff. A little shuffle across. Serious tempo to that 140 there from Walpen. Sorry.
I like this style of tempo for Walpen. I think he plays better when he plays quicker. I feel like sometimes when he plays Euro Tour, he plays a bit too quick. Here, I think is his good level of tempo. Up to the oche, arm out, placed, 1, 2, 3, throw. Like, it's that kind of rhythm. It's not like Ricky Evans stupidly quick, but it's a good level.
He's done a lot of experimenting with this kind of stuff, hasn't he, Walpen? Especially on doubles as well, with the composing and the stepping back. And
we know he likes his deep breathing.
He does, yeah. He's a big advocate for just 60.
I think it is as well.
Of that mindfulness.
Ton here in Walpen, I think he'd be happy. I think that's just low, is it?
I think it's in. I think a ton 40 would be. I think that's 2 in. It's a ton or ton 40 from Walpen. Ton 40 it is. That's huge.
Big darts. High first one from the Duff man. Will he use the ball here or will he go 19? Goes 19, aggressive. So 62 left. Aggressive. You like the aggressive route?
I do like the aggressive route, yes.
Walpen with 16 for tops. Very clean, very clinical. Very good darts from Cello.
You're almost having to be a top player in the world to break. Like a 15 dart break is just, you see that so infrequently at this kind of secondary level of darts, don't you? Walpen didn't do anything spectacular there, did he? He started with 45 and a ton 40.
45-60, he went trebleless.
In his first 6 darts, you're right, James.
But Duff, after he found that ton 40, he didn't really feel likely after that. The first dart hasn't really been anywhere near. To say though, this is what Neil Duff does in darts. He doesn't show like wow, the razzmatazz of some players. He doesn't have that in the locker. But what he does have is composure. Like when he will get his chance, which he will in this game. There will be points in this game where he'll have darts to double. He will be clinical, and I'm sure of it. There are the Trebs 20s that we know Neil Duff does have in the locker. That's 1, 2, 3. A bit of a wry smile from the Duff man. Oh, it's a 1, not a 3.
I think that's Trebs 20.
That's Trebs 20. That's low. I think you'll find another one.
I think you'll find another one. Ooh, it's really hard to tell. Even the scorer couldn't tell.
That's perfect first Duff. Duff seems to have found his range now. That's 2 in for sure.
I'm really liking this rhythm from both. Duff seems to be playing quickly.
It's an enjoyable game to watch. Or would this be a 1080, our first one of the game? No. We'll use the bullseye here to leave a finish. He does. Leaves the fish. Will it force Duff to start on the outer ball? I think he will start outer ball here, Duff.
I don't think he will, you know. I think he'll start 20s.
Duff is not happy.
Yeah, he wasn't happy in the first game about some of this.
It is frustrating, I think, when you're a player that's and this game has been played at a lot of high tempo. Yeah. For people to be incorrectly counting, etc., is a little bit disappointing. But I think as we get later on in the tournament and we get more experienced referees, obviously the stream board will be...
I'm a little confused because Roman Möll was announcing the previous game. So I don't know if he's clearly not announcing this one.
Right, 1-3-5 here from Duff. How will that break do him? Will he start 20s? Will he start 19s? Does start bullseye. 110 left with 2 darts. He's on 90 left. Will he get 18s on bull? I thought that was quite a good guide for the bullseye, so I'm surprised. But fair enough, 72 left. Cello hits a trebs. He's under pressure with the next visit.
2 trebles in his favourite for the leg, of course. 2 treble 19s if he finds them.
We find 1. 80 left. Okay. It's a 50-50. You say Duff is favourite. He's got first poke. Double 18 with 2 in hand. Ooh, that was a snatchy one. 2 snatchy ones from Duff. Duff is really getting fed up with the scorers. Yeah. You can see why. It's a frustrating one because it's ruining a bit of the rhythm of the game.
It's the same for both players, though. Walpen's clearly been affected here, hasn't he? I mean, that inaccuracy from the scorer there hasn't affected Duff missing that combination.
Well, you also don't know what's going on to the side. Is the scorer like faffing around with the scoring machine while Duff's trying to throw at dubs? So it's difficult to know.
Double 10.
That's a
do know this is for a 2-0 lead.
That's a great clean-up.
I'm wondering, James, we're obviously watching the live streaming group here. Is this going to be the board that the finals and the knockout games going to be played on, or is there a separate stage?
I assume this will be the board that has the stage, etc. in the background. We just can't see it right now.
Because this game doesn't look to be played on a sort of raised platform, does it? Or on a separate environment. This just looks one of the 16 boards in line on this row.
Yeah. I assume it's just this is the stream board. I think it will have the MyDarts.ch background to it, etc. Bit of a frustrating start this one for Duff. I think he'll be disappointed with himself missing those 2 darts. I think the scorer has clearly got in his head a little bit, and I think somewhat rightfully so. I'm a little bit disappointed. I think in some aspects. I think. It's not like the scorer's been miscounting every visit. He's just been miscounting the important ones right at the end.
Yeah. I feel as though I'm inclined to think he should just be getting on with it. A player of his calibre and professionalism, I think this reaction is a little bit unnecessary.
I think the issue is it hasn't come after a Neil Duff throw, so it's only affecting Duff. It's not affecting Marcel Walpen in any way, because where he's been miscalculating is when Marcel Walpen's gone trebs 17.
Yeah, you say that when Duff went inside 18s and 9s.
That's because, no. That's because he was still miscounting Marcel Walpen's 90 from the visit before. He couldn't work out what treb 17, 19 and 20 was. So I think during Duff's throw, he was fiddling around a little bit, and that's put him off a little bit. And he's then got to wait after he's missed for him to calculate Walpen, so then put in his error, which is a bit frustrating. And I can see it. But I think it's because Walpen changes his routes. He doesn't go the conventional ways.
Not always, yeah, not always. He's done 2 out of tops. On the wire. But no pressure coming back from Duff. He's not on a finish. I did not see a 3-0 in this game, did you? It's one-way traffic.
I think the thing is with these games is it can very easily be 3-0 because it's only 1 breaker throw. 2 missed darts from Duff, and because Walpen checked out, very good game from Marcel Walpen.
Yeah, very good game. Big statement to the field, that from Walpen. He's topped the group, featuring Neil Duff. A few words with the scorer here.
It seems to be the same Rudolf
Yeah,
Möll
it's
that's having
Rudolf-
struggles with
it's
the
Rudolf
scoring.
Marl, yeah. I think perhaps one for the SDC to investigate there. Should he be scoring any more games in this tournament? Possibly not. Possibly not on the live stream. As I say, I'm surprised. I thought Roman Lefeld was calling the last game. Maybe I'm incorrect there.
I think these things can happen in games, and I think we can't dwell on it too much. I think Duff still had his chances there. It wasn't like I think Walpen outplayed him. A 90 average is very steady.
I don't think that's the reason he lost the game. Walpen was the better player. I think there were factors that could have made that closer, but I think Marcel Walpen deservedly.
Marcel
won that
Walpen was
game.
the better player, and there's no doubt about that. I just think that the miscalculations just came at the wrong times, and it ruined the rhythm of the game a little bit. And if anything, it helped Marcel Walpen and hindered Neil Duff because it came, as I said, Marcel Walpen was going these more obscure routes, which the scorer was struggling to calculate.
Can't really forgive Rudolf though for miscalculating a treble 5, a treble 20, and an outer ball. Was that the?
I think the miscalculation was there was two. There was one where Marcel Walpen went outer ball, single 5, trebs 20, which was 90. He put in 85. Because I think he thought the last one was a 20. There was confusion. And then I think the visit afterwards was single 20, single 19, treb 17. A lot of pros probably normally go up to the 80,
Yes.
which he probably thought, 93, whatever, and then maybe got confused by that last start, treb 17. It's not a regular route, and I kind of get it if you're not an experienced player, but anyone that's playing in these tournaments should be able to calculate that quickly enough.
But we do now know Marcel Walpen will top that group, Group C. Neil Duff finishing second. I really do fear for that group winner that Neil Duff will be playing in the last 1 to 8.
Yes,
they're in for a rude awakening.
Tommy says Duff going to throw hands. That has made me laugh.
He has looked throughout this game, throughout this tournament, steaming. And I'm not talking in an alcoholic sense here. I think he's just a very emotive player. I think he shows his emotions. He lets it be known if he's happy, sad, angry, annoyed. There was one moment in, I don't know if it's the game you were watching, James, he was on 140 and had 3 darts on the top wire of treble 20 and was angry. He was angry at himself for not finding a ton when his opponent was on 250.
I think this is it's a big tournament for him, really. Like, I think that, I know it's not to the scale of the world, etc., but for him, his travel costs are going to be a lot more than anyone else that's played in this tournament.
Correct.
Because he's travelled over from the UK. And for him he needs to make a good run here to ensure that he's made it worthwhile. You've got to remember that loss there to Marcel Walpen. I think if he comes and plays him in the semi-final, I still start the game as Neil Duff slight favourite. I know Walpen won that game.
Yeah.
I still think Duff is slight favourite over a longer format. I think when you've got probably Roman Lefeld scoring it, actually announcing it properly, I think you've got
Bit of a crowd watching. All eyes on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Walpen's a good player, but Duff is an exceptional player when he wants it. So that game essentially also meant nothing. I know both players wanted to win, probably split down a bit of a statement.
Yeah.
And that statement's been put down by Marcel Walpen, but a loss doesn't actually do too much for either player.
No. They were both in a great spot from their results in the games against Johannes and Rudolf.
And I wonder, because it was Rudolf that was scoring that one and he scored the other game beforehand that caused a few problems as well, if that kind of was playing on his mind as well.
Yeah, and obviously it's intimidating, right? Neil Duff is a world champion. The very fact that he's playing in the game is pressurising if you're involved in that game.
Matt Crawley said, how would a game between Neil Duff versus Adrian Lewis go? Do we expect a full scrap? Maybe it'll be on the undercard of the next AJ versus Usyk 3.
I think someone would walk off the stage.
versus Usyk 3. Yeah.
Adrian Lewis's famous move, of course, was just to stall him off.
Yeah, against Peter Manley. This is also an exciting game coming up.
This is the decider, yeah, for second place in the group. Eckert against Toua. We had a little bet on that last one, didn't we, James? Would you like to double down that bet and pick a winner in this one?
No, I wouldn't. I think after that last one, Neil Duff has done me dirty there. I think I'm more disappointed with Rudolf Möll. I'll be finding him later for that £5 that I know owe you.
An interesting one, this. I think my gut is telling me Toua wins this game. Even though Eckert has the higher ceiling, the brighter future, the more promise in the game of darts. I just think Toua has this ability to win, and I think he'll produce it here. I actually don't think this will be close. I think Toua wins 3-0.
I don't think Toua wins 3-0. I think Adrian Eckert's got a bit too much about him. My only thing with Eckert that I just am concerned about is just the first dot being low every time.
Yeah. Again, was talking about this in the last game. His arm moves so quickly. And a lot of the times he's shaking out his arm. He obviously feels that tension, that which is resulting in some of those darts really being pulled a long way.
I think a lot of players in the SDC, etc., have bogey players that they struggle against. I wonder. I don't know too much about these two in particular, but I know.
I would say I'm Toucha's boogeyman. 3 games, 3 wins against the Touche.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad statement. I think my bogey player is probably Jochen Groudens. I've played him 4 times, and it's not the fact that I've not.
Have you won a leg?
I've not won a leg, no. And it's a game that's like...
And you're very aware of that.
I'm very aware every time I play him, and he smiles every time when we draw each other because he just knows mentally he's got me.
I'd say that man in your background there, Damir Vukovac, I'd say he's a couple of players' bogeyman.
I think Marcel, yeah.
I think he's beaten him the last twice. And maybe even Bellmont. He's beaten Bellmont. Don't know if 2 out of the last 3 occasions.
Andreas Hyman is any player in the bottom half bogeyman, the consolation king, they call him.
So, Toua has not got out of the blocks here. Predicted a 3-0 victory.
When you're playing at this level, though, okay, yes, they're good players and they have capabilities of hitting doubles, but just because they're 100 points in front, you can never 100% seal a leg until the doubles hit.
Correct. Which is why I was quite frustrated maybe with Eckert in that last game, because he was sort of switching, using the bull, trying to sort of play the correct mathematical routes, when really just hit 3 big numbers here, then on your next turn, another 3 big numbers.
He has this inept ability to hit a Trebs 20 when that first dart is low quite well. There's not very many players that I think have that ability to do that. They normally like to put their first dart high and then put their second one in below it. Eckert has this ability to put his first dart low. And
he's done that, yeah, he's done that a few times.
And I think he's done it very well on tops as well. Now, I'd split here.
I would split here as well.
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, not the split I'd go for, though. If you had the choice there, would you not aim for double 4? Because then you've got 3 in hand regardless. Double 6 can become dangerous quickly, especially when your opponent's throwing in a ton 2-5 to leave a shangers.
No, I like the split.
Split is the correct play, but I think I would have gone 2 or 10. I wouldn't have gone for 6.
Okay, not a disaster. 2 darts today, okay.
That's why I would have gone for 2 or 6. Because 2 or 10. Because you guarantee yourself, okay, he obviously shanked it at section low, but...
Oh, hello, Roger.
Roger.
Oh, Touche.
That's twice we've seen this on this board today. As well in a Shanghai attempt from Johannes against Neil Duff.
Big Touche there. That's the Touche of 2022 for me.
It's a good guide. Can Eckert cushion in off it? My only thing with Eckert's style of throw is I don't think he uses guides. It's not that kind of play. Each dart is kind of a bit on its own. Wow.
Can't really get much closer with those 3.
No point.
14 years old, Adrian Eckert.
Very, very good player for his age. Oh.
Has played in a lot of Masters events and WDF events around Europe in the boys section.
I'm not a fan of that route of going 15 after you've hit a single 5. The play should be 3 or 19 because you guarantee yourself a dart. Why are you going for a solo odd number? I don't see Eckert missing another 3.
I think I do. I don't think this is getting sealed. I think this is really badly snatched on double 1. It's inside. Perhaps just feeling the weight of the occasion now, do you think? Do you think that's playing on his mind, that he knows this game and this leg is, for, well, obviously, an important hold of throw? I think this goes from the touche. And the leg goes on.
I said to you at the start of the leg that I said at the start of the leg, you said at 126 for Adrian Eckert, touche on 380. I made the comment that, you know, however far in front you are, when you're at this level, it doesn't really make that much difference. You still need to pin that double at the end. There is no room here. This would be a ridiculous dart. That's an incredible dart from Adrian Eckert. Looks at the camera, great dart.
That's exactly like that treble 20 he found earlier in the leg when one had completely blocked the treble 20. It was low. What did he do? He just jams it over the top. Little shuffle across, finds the room.
For those just joining us, this here is the game that decides who goes through to the knockout. Both players on one win. Both the players losing to Alex Fehlmann, who played in the Euro Tour this year, averaged 90, beating Gerwin Price in a World Cup in 2016. Both took him to a last leg decider, playing incredible darts. So this game has potential to be a cracker, and also a game where lots of missed darts at doubles that we saw in that first leg. Good time 40 from touche. For those who also aren't aware, Roger Touche has won 3 consolation titles this season, has made it to 2 quarterfinals. His 55 average currently doesn't suggest his capabilities, has averaged 80s this year in the SDC as well. But has also averaged 30s against Matt Travis last year. So one of our more improved players.
Pretty similar to Fehlmann in the respect that they have, in fact, all 4 players in this group have huge ceilings of their highest versus their lowest possible average. I'd say Touche possibly the biggest in the SDC. He could be anywhere within a 50-point window of his average.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind that when I was where did we play this year? In St. Gallen. Put on a 92 average and also a 53 average. So my spread was 39 just for that one day alone. Very easy to get high spray. Your spray is pretty close to each other, I would say.
Yeah, my ceiling isn't that dramatic.
Yeah.
Just 90 to 100.
tight grouping on the averages, just not on the board.
Touche going down the left-hand side. Just chopping those points off.
It's your strategy.
Good treble 19, though. Good.
Important dart.
Rudolf would be struggling to add that up. 74 hits. Unconventional from Touche. He would be a hard man to score with Roger Touche.
Yeah.
So Touche in control of this one. Oh, there's that last stop treble again.
82 combi. Will go bullseye, I'm sure of it. Goes 14 through. 14 through. What are you doing, Roger?
Just a big number here, Rod.
14.
Big 14, yeah. Good setup.
After you just missed 9 at top, would you not go 18 double 18 there? I don't know, in my head, if I've missed 9 darts, I'm disappointed with myself. I'd go straight to a different double. Will this be double from Adrian Eckert? Double 18, double 18? I think that's just low.
I've always advised both of these players, Touche and Eckert, who are good players, go for a double down the side of the board. Don't go on tops. I think they both struggle to get the weight of darts right. Eckert has snatched a lot of darts in this game and has all throughout the tournament. Touche, again, has poor depth control. I've been struck at that
last one. Wow.
Do I think he misses double 16 by that margin and hits the foam? I don't. Which is why I would always advise any player of this 50 to 60 range.
That's a great big number from Adrian Eckert here. Double 16. I think this goes.
Let's see.
Oh, not anymore, I don't.
Shaking out again.
This is the problem with having this
time.
The points are so long, it's hard to go just inside, I think. I think it's difficult. It becomes a very big block when your points are that long. They just group so tightly that they don't go inside.
Touche's one of the best 10s hitter in the SDC. Good split, double 8.
Oh. He's hit 2 doubles that leg, neither one the one he wanted.
Touche put on a real doubling treat there. To Eckert, back for double 16. Ooh.
Oh, great dart.
I do like his confidence at the board, Eckert. For such a young man, I do like a lot of the things that he's doing. The recomposure, the sort of moving around the offie, I don't know, just his whole game awareness, game ability I really like.
I think
Tempo of the game.
I think he's a good player. I think my only thing that I would say that I don't like about his game is that first dart is always there. It's always low of the Trebs 20. If he can put that first dart a little bit higher, I think there's a little bit more composure there, and I think he can start to increase his average quite significantly.
I think he's got more than enough talent to, over the years, as he obviously grows taller and stronger and, you know, more mentally developed. I think that's something he will put right in his game in the next couple of years.
It's just practice. I think that's the only thing that he's lacking a little bit.
Well, it's also his development as well, right? It's also his understanding of his throw and his technique and his...
I'm pretty confident I'll say that Roger Tuchel will have more darts in this game at double. It's just whether he hits them. I don't think he's going to get blown away on the scoring by Eckert here.
It would be hard making a living predicting what Tuchel's going to do one game to the next. No, I think it's 3-0. I've changed my mind. Eckert wins 3-0.
I think Eckert wins 3-0, but I think Tuchel will get darts at double in this leg. I think that's just a ton. Yeah, high last dart, but...
Almost bizarrely, I think the occasion is getting more to Tuchel than it is Eckert.
I think Tuchel's got more of a reputation now than the SDC. This is he's the seed in this group. He's the player to beat. I know obviously Fehlmann's come into this group and it's kind of blown it wide open.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes it difficult. Great first dart for Tuchel. Can he just slide in underneath that one? Even a ton is enough, to be honest.
Oh, a ton's more than enough, yeah.
Yeah.
100 points ahead. Up to nearly 100 live views on YouTube. Great to see so many of you still here, just as the PDC World Championships is about to start.
I can see that man Maurizio Castronovinci in the background.
Can you?
I wonder how he's got on today.
I don't think he was playing today.
He is playing today. Unfortunately, not been his day today. Being drawn in a group with Damir Vukovac and Zaki Juli is always a tough one out. Last time I saw him in person, hit a 180 against Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
20 would leave the fish.
Lost the leg. Roger Tuchel checking the big fish. Would have to change the awards at lunchtime break for this. That would be the best moment of the season. Yeah.
Of course, we've had a few fishes recently in the SDC. Bellmont in that final against Kieran Lundor. I mentioned that earlier.
Nice little ton from Adrian Eckert there. Someone's asked, how old is Adrian Eckert?
He's 14 years old.
14, yeah.
Born in the year 2010. Isn't that frightening? 2010s. Yeah.
19. Trev's 20 for ball. Just low. Will he use the ball here? I think it's probably the best play. Okay. 81 left. 125 for 2.
You never really know what Tuchel's doing here. 17s could be the 19s. Yeah, okay. 3 big numbers. Don't hate the play.
59 steady. 66 left.
Big numbers there. Eckert 81 for the match.
Ooh, 79 left.
Single 2, isn't it? Yeah.
Just a big 20 here. Doesn't want to toy with the treble.
Yeah. Oh. Adrian.
66 for Roger. Big moments incoming. Single 6. We'll leave tops again, which...
The big 20 will get missed. Oh, it doesn't get missed.
He's not hit tops yet all day, and there it is. He missed it his first 12 darts, then pins it for a 66 combination, just to make us look like Muppets. Is the comeback on? Is the comeback on?
Oh, there's me thinking the big number won't get hit. Not only does the big number get hit, the double gets hit. 2 legs to 1. Tuchel back favourite for the game.
You think he's favourite? Oh, that's questionable. Adrian Eckert has played much better darts this match, I would say. First dart low again. That to me looks like a bit of a blocker. And it's sprayed off the back of it. It's a treble though, second dart.
We all know Lum is a very advanced concept, James.
Yes.
Do you think Adrian Eckert understands Lum?
I don't think either of these two players understand Rum very well, no. There's quite a few players that struggle to understand the concept of when's a good time to stay there, when's a good time to switch. This is tight grouping, and this is understanding of room. Oh, ton 40 from Adrian Eckert.
Disappointing to see a fellow 14-year-old Möll James Backman not here today.
He's a good player, Mel James. Switzerland has some up-and-coming young darting talent as well. I think that's off the back of what's happening with Bellmont and all these other...
Ant Sood, of course, still a teenager. Keep your eyes on
It's an absolute classic on board, 26 at the moment. Christopher Hartmeyer and Joel Rappo, both averaging mid-20s at the moment.
Rolf Schelling about to get a win there, on the board next door.
Rolf Schelling, another one of my bogey players.
I think if you've only lost once, that's not a bogey fixture. I think it needs to be 2 or more losses, consecutive losses, for it to be a bogey fixture.
Would you not say if Stefan Bellmont lost to like a Fabian Liemacher, even just once, I think that's a bogey, because he shouldn't be losing that.
Anything can happen once. If Rolf Schelling beat you twice, I'd then confirm it as a bogey game.
Yeah.
Anyone can upset the odds for one game, but doing it twice would...
I think I'm Paul Caggy's bogey player. 2 times, 3-0 wins.
Is the Cags here today?
He is, yeah. A couple of 3-0 losses so far.
Is he the basement boy?
I'll have a look at the leaderboard shortly, just as we see the end of this game. Oh, Roger.
What a time.
Oh, 177 from the Touche.
The darts from Touche.
Applies the pressure. 95 from Eckert. We saw Touche take that in 2 darts earlier. Eckert goes ball route. He went that on 91 last leg and didn't hit the outer ball. It's criminal.
I think he's at 60 and
79, just a big 20. Last time he sprayed this into 5. Will he do the same again? No, ensures the big number. Roger Touche was clinical last leg.
I think he'll go 12 and hit single 9 here.
Good big 20. Is that a guide? No, it's not. Adrian Eckert knows that he's getting darts now. You could see him pump himself up in the background. This is a big moment for him to make the knockouts of the SDC Championship. Breathes deeply. Touche just stands and waits, berates himself in the background. Can't look at the board. He's just waiting for the call.
He is looking at the board.
Oh, that's double. Is that double 1 first dart?
I think it's out the board.
Oh, and he finds a second dart. Great darts from Adrian Eckert. Disappointing result for the Touche, but a great result for Adrian Eckert. Goes through in second place in that group behind Alich Fehlmann.
Little Penguin is sliding on through. He is in the knockout rounds.
He'll join the other players that we saw from the previous group. Marcel, Walpen, and...
Hier mag ich überhaupt nicht. Und nachher runtergewechselt auf die Doppel 32.
Does that conclude our group stage?
We have 2 more games.
Diese Seite funktioniert nicht, dann kann ich die 3 on canceln für Doppel 20.
Where's my favourite one?
Die Seite nicht. Machen wir wieder 11.
Play for pride.
That's how you play darts, no? For pride?
Pride, yeah.
2 Spiele vorher.
Best
Die 74, wo wir Puls gemacht. Das war richtig geil. Hier reingekommen. Ich dachte so, hä? Was spielt der? Und dann
I feel like it's a good little chance to show what you've got without actually the result meaning anything. So gives these chants a little bit of time to shine on the screen board and show their friends that they can actually throw a dart. Stay tuned and we'll be back here for the next game featuring that man.
Rudolf.
Rudolf
The red cheek dart player.
Lucky for all of those watching at home, he will be playing and not scoring. So stay tuned for that one.
Welcome back to the final game in Group C. Johannes, Alich, Rudolf, Möll. Both players are currently winless. So who will get the better of this one? Johannes, Alich, Rudolf, Möll. Both players have shown in patches their quality. Rudolf Möll took a leg off Marcel Walpen. But overall, no match for either Duff or Marcel Walpen. we reach the business end of this contest. This tournament is indeed in Switzerland. Yes, it's in Schaffhausen. Northeast Switzerland, the home of the SDC. Founded nearly 4 years ago now in Schaffhausen as the Steel Tip Darts Club, Schaffhausen. How it has grown since then. 10,000 Swiss francs on offer today, which is the collective prize pool. 2,500 francs for the winner. And we will know very shortly the routes that some of those likely winners are going to have to go through. There's a lot of big questions in the last 1 to 8. Which group winner will Neil Duff be playing? Sven Geiger, of course, will finish second in that group. I will just confirm that now. Sven Geiger will be finishing second, as Bruno Stockley did win all 3 of his group games. Good game against Nahawut Ngokfo. 3 legs to 2. So Stockley already had a couple of challenges in the group stage. Should prepare him well for later in the tournament. Any other players we're keeping an eye on? Let's have a quick look at some of our regulars. Frida Lang, of course, didn't get out of the group stages last time at the SDC. At the SDC Tour Finals, that is. Will he be finishing second in the group as well? He will be finishing second. Frida Lang will have to play a group winner in the round of 1 to 8. Miroslav Wagenhofer. I said to keep your eyes on those 2 pairs finalists, Jonathan Feldhaus and Carlos Stracht. Let's see if Feldhaus has topped that group. He has topped the group. Group BH. What about Carlos Stracht? Carlos Stracht is currently 2 legs apiece against Johannes Gummich. He wins that game. He will also top the group. As Jonas Alich. I look away for a second. Thought he'd lost the first leg. He didn't. He's 1 leg up and in a great position to go 2 legs up. And end Rudolf the Red Cheek Ball and his time in the tournament. Any final thoughts on either of these players, James, Jonas or Rudolf? As we see, his penguin has boxing gloves there and some darts coming out of his back. An interesting design.
Sorry, you caught me there when I had a mouthful of food. I don't really have too much to say on the 2 players. I think they're both very steady darts players. I think they're okay. They're nothing special. And I think their average is the same as what we saw in Toua versus Eckert, but both actually quite a way off. what the other two's level are. I think Eckert and Toua have another 10 points on these two. I think come the end of the game, at least one of these two players will end up averaging in the 40s. Although he checked out in 2 darts there, this could be a 60 average for Alich, but I still think there'll be missed doubles to come.
I'm not sure if Rudolf gets another dart double in this game. I don't know. I think we sometimes mention the length of day and the length of tournament. The players have been at the venue now for 3 or 4 hours. Rudolf knows his fate at this point. Well, both players know their fate. I wonder how interested or bothered he is about winning another leg, / winning this game.
I think players will be there for even longer than that. It's 1:30 Swiss time. The tournament started at 10. I dare say some people have been there at 8:30 to start practicing.
Yeah.
You're looking then at that's like already 5 hours. It's a long time.
Potentially, Rudolf has driven from Germany this morning. Potentially also had a 4 or 5 hour drive to get here. Maybe this morning, maybe last night.
To then find out you've got Marcel, Walpen and Duff in your group. A Modus Weekly finalist, a Euro Tour, 2-time Euro Tour participant, and a world champion.
Both, of course, making Saturday nights at Modus finals nights.
Both. Oh, Duff not just making Saturday night finals nights, he made Champion of Champions finals night twice. Johannes beating Kolostrak. Who is Kolostrak?
Kolostrak got to the final in the pairs event yesterday, losing out to Groudens and Geiger.
How much money was available for the pairs? I saw this online. How much do you think?
Ooh, it's surprisingly generous. I think 300 or 400 to the winner.
It's 800 to the winner.
Goodness me.
Yesterday. Only 20 pairs turned up. 800 francs. The winner. Oh.
Free cash for Groudens and Geiger.
It was free cash. I think Duff could have won it solo.
As we start to get a picture of how these groups are shaping up. Lawrence topping Group D. Down Group E. Stockley finishing above Sven Geiger in Group F. Sheert will top Group G.
Thomas Kohnlein tops Group H.
Of course, registering our second Tumplus average today, Thomas Kohnlein. Marcel Guga, Group J winner.
Luis Camacho picking up a bit more form in Group K.
Gustav Schumann is out of the tournament if Vitor Fernandez can get a win in his last game against Adrian Rapo.
Friedel Lang doesn't finish top of his group in Group L. Hates Tour finals. Miroslav Wagenhofer finishing above him.
Disappointing day for him. 3 games, no wins. In a competitive looking group there. Sebastian Herold and Luca Agnostopoulos going through.
67 average for Alexander Trops. Can feel hard done by that he's gone out in the group with only 1 win.
Dominic Ferrero had too much for Sprunger and Cornelia Votes. He's topping that group. Group O.
Semi-finalist of Group P. Fabian Shaw, 3 wins from 3. Only a 60 average, but that's enough.
Willie Colley is sliding through Group Q. Second to Mark Bichel in that one.
As you see, a dart at bullseye for Alich to go through. Ooh, out of bullseye. Will be darts for Rudolf Möll. As we carry on going through the groups, Mark Bichel, as you just mentioned, through, but also Martin Guga, Group R.
Patrick Ellert in a little bit of trouble there. In another competitive group, Group S.
Patrick Ellert going home.
Piscatelli and AD Fichter in that one. 3 good players there. Basement boy Jochen Clem with no win so far.
Patrick Ellert going home for sure. Can't get through that group. Disappointing.
And there we have sealement of Group C. Johannes Alich wins the final game against Rudolf Möll, which confirms his standing in 3rd place in Group C. Laurie Schaub topping that group. Sebastian Jacobi, your good friend, qualifying through in 2nd. No place for Switzerland's most successful female darts player, Angela Heinrich.
Good darts from Laurie Schaub, averaging 72 over the course of that group stage.
Another group with all players averaging over 63. Lars Sen, who beat Jochen Groudens in Basel last month, topping that group.
Daniel Galicioli is going home after he beat you last tour event.
Anchsud qualifying through in second, so potentially a nasty little tie awaiting him in the 1-2-8. Silvio Toma qualifying top of Group W.
Our man Sven Krodolfer topping his group. Didn't expect that today. Good result for Sven in Group X.
Relatively kind draw that with Bruno Rice, Steve Lauper and Julian Muller.
Steve Lauper is not to be underestimated. A good 50s averager normally.
Claudio Don has been picking up some nice wins recently. He's topped Group Y. 3 wins out of 3 there.
No Rene Kern today, but his namesake Stefan Kern doing the job in a tie with Fabian Liemacher to decide who goes top of that group.
Michael und Buchner will be qualifying through in Group 27. Andreas Hyman going through in second.
Right, he's not into consolation. Sasha Stauffer tops his group, 3 wins from 3. Only a 46 average, but Dario Rossi and Sandro Specker not providing the goods, both averaging less than 36 for a group stage.
These are obviously the unseeded groups now, aren't we, where you don't see a player perhaps with the same high averages. Oh, speaking of high averages, Karsten Hoffmann averaging 76. Not to drop a leg in that group with Adrian Feaster and Paul Kagi.
Paul Kagi does get 1 match win on the board, but that isn't actually a real one. Nico Odermatt dropping out, so that was the only legs won by Kagi today. Michael Weh with 3 wins. Very steady, 56 average, nothing too special. Fabian Biel topping his group as well, 3 wins from 3. Maximilian Nerschel topping his group, 3 wins from 3.
Jonathan Feldhaus, that man who was in the doubles final yesterday, topping Group BH. Marco Haller looks to be going through in second if Nicholas Vergler doesn't beat René Lug.
Big game coming up between Jörg Schwendimann and Saskia Althaus to decide who's going to go through.
I predict Saskia Althaus wins that game. I think Jörg Schwendimann is overrated. Someone who's not overrated is Edith Blemoyski. He'll be going through Group BJ, everyone's favourite group.
Averaging 47. I've played Edith Blemoyski before. Steady player. He was seeded 13 when I played him. Got a bit down in the rankings since then.
Could be an appearance in the knockout rounds for Mirko Maluch. Been a little while since I've seen him in the knockout stages.
These are the groups where you're licking your lips if you're drawn into Group BM.
Marvin Schlimm qualifying through top of Group BL.
No knockout round darts for JD Bolhander as he finishes bottom of his group with a 41.31 average.
2 Eckert through into the last 1-2-8. Sylvan Eckert.
An underrated player in Matthias Pitts. 2 wins out of 3, but that's enough to top the group in front of Carlos Strack.
Mika Flugiger with 3 wins out of 3. He will need a good draw in the last 1-2-8. It's been a little bit of crisis, that man, in the last few months.
Man who's not in crisis, Lucas Seckinger tops the group with Frank
Schroeder
Schroeder
going through.
Frank Schroeder in second place. Matt Travis claims he averages 65. He's gone through with a 47 group stage average.
Will have been games in the 60s there for Schroeder, I'm sure of it. Rene Martin Fent, good player. Group BR winner.
Yeah, very steady result.
Rolf Schelling topping the group.
Rolf Schelling, a man not to be underrated, averaging 7 points less than Sasha Sulkman, but tops the group with 3 wins out of 3, averaging 54.
Might have been some gameplay going on there to win a couple of those games.
He's a mind game expert.
Damir Vukovic and Jackie Julie might have a shootout to decide who tops that group. Group BU.
21 points in their average. I can only see that game going one way.
Has there ever been a 9-darter in the SDC? Unfortunately, there hasn't. I think we've had
6.
Possibly 7. Felix Sheets in the MyDarts.ch Masters either got 6 or 7 darts in.
I've seen back-to-back maybe 3 times.
Marcel Walpen has achieved 6 in. Sheets has achieved, as we say, 6 or 7 in.
Neil Duff, favourite to do it today. At a price of probably about 20-1.
As the groups are still going on as I'm scrolling down. The names are becoming slightly less familiar down here.
And the averages are becoming lower and lower.
Diego Magali going through in Group CA. Oliver Glutz.
Oh,
with no wins.
Good player, Oliver Glutz.
Basement boy Glutz. As I can check in the leaderboard to confirm.
Who is the top and who is the bottom? Who's the top, Trav?
Stefan Bellmont is at the top.
But not for 3 dot average. Oh, he is still at the top of 3 dot average, just about ahead of Michael Buckner.
6 players in the 80+ club.
Tell me how many 180s we've had, Trav.
Still no more than 3 180s hit by Anchu, Thomas Conline, and Stefan Bellmont. So that's 30 180s plus 37. So we've currently had 67 180s. There's a pretty rough guess for you there.
You suggested there was going to be 270. I think you might have overestimated.
That was dependent on consolation. So as we know, those Andreas Hyman type players in the consolation.
Andreas Hyman's in the main draw.
Let's find our basement boy, the bottom of the pile on 3 dart average. It's always competitive down here. Do you want any predictions for who'll be bottom?
I saw a couple of 30s, so it's not JD. I think JD's quite high on the list relative.
There's one game in the 20s between Christoph Hartmeier, I think.
It's Chris Rappo. Joel Rappo. I think it could be Rappo.
About to reveal the true basement boy, Dario Rossi. Okay. Oliver Glutz down there in the 34 club as well.
Joel Rappo's not far off at 35.93. Paul Cagley would be impressed to be beating 8 players on the leaderboard. The Bermudez Triangle.
I'm always surprised Bermudez lingers that low. I thought he had a bit more in the locker than 37 running average. Lucas Albert's a good player. After 41, what's gone wrong for Lucas Albert? Still managed to pick up a win against Kurtovic.
Had a 3 dot average of 69 in one of his games, but still that low.
He's a good player. He's made consolation big runs as Lucas Albert.
Zaki Juli's averaged in the 70s before. He's made a semi-final, I want to say, in the first series of the SDC. He's 196 on the leaderboard.
It is surprising looking at some of these players. Sven Julmi, for example, good player, averaging 44.
Sven Julmi can play well. We know this.
Again, he's a man who's put a couple of points on his average. Florian Roethlisberger. I'm almost certain he was in the 30 club this time last year. Potentially putting 10 points on his average, now averaging 46.
Mike Jagley, good to see him back again.
Mike Jagley?
Haven't seen Jagley for a while. He obviously was in that group that all left the SDC at once. Along with Stefan Hackler, Pascal Olderbolts, Felix Franke, yeah. A.k.a. the Dartitis crew.
Let's get up to that sort of top 32, that kind of Roger Hertig down in 30th, averaging mid-cities. That's his running average.
Here we're getting to, so 17 players have averaged 70 for the course of the groups or higher. 6 have averaged in the 80s or above. And one of those players in the top 10 has not finished top of his group, Neil Duff.
I wonder where Lucas Dahlman is. Didn't see him in the top.
Standing about 30th.
68 running average for Dahlman. Sven Geiger in the 60 club as well.
As long as they're through the group, I don't think they'll care too much. The biggest upset, I think, of the group stage is Roger Hertig, Euro Tour winner, going out.
Going out?
Yes. I believe he lost 2 games. Chokran Muti and Jochen Groudens going home. Unless, of course,
Mamuti lost to him and N,
which I just don't see happening. It's in play, but I think Mamuti's got enough legs because he got the 1 leg against Groudens as well.
I agree. I think Roger Hertig's on his way out.
Yeah. Would you say that's a big loss for the tournament?
No.
You're not a huge fan.
I'm not a fan of Roger Hertig, no.
Does that have anything to do with betting-related incidents?
Perhaps.
Did you think he was going to get done by Ryan Neapool?
I did. I'm sure lots of people did. Yeah. I got stung by the Roger Hertig performance. Yeah.
Played better than you thought.
Well, his rolling average for today is 65, yes. And he averaged 74, I think, in that Eurotour game.
a bit of deflation because of that one leg that went on for 32
A little
darts.
bit, yes. But he lost that last leg to Shakradamamuti in 30 darts.
Yeah.
So no stranger to 30-plus dart legs.
True.
As Rhys Griffin against Karol Sedlarczyk is getting underway.
Well,
I'd much rather be watching Marcel Walpen, Neil Duff.
I'd much rather be watching Mitch Pflaum. Go on,
His
Pflaum.
nickname, James, can you enlighten us a little bit? Is he the Laughing Donkey? The Something Donkey?
I thought he was known as Pflaumy.
You can see on his shirt a donkey.
I dare say that might be his darts team. But I'm not 100% sure.
A little bit out of the loop of Swiss darts teams.
We do know there's that Emmental team.
Oh, the Emmental team are good. Shame no Matthias Jost here
There's
today.
there's the Jokers, the Basel Jokers. That's the team that plays with Laurie Schaub and Angela Heinreich. We saw them help set up the comic convention, the SDC Masters.
Shame no Matthias Jost here today.
Hates SDC.
He does. Him and Fehlmann are very similar for me. I'm a bit confused of what they play, why they play, when they choose to play it. I sort of don't understand the decision making from Jost or Fehlmann.
Well, to me, it seems that Fehlmann plays for money, and I think that's more clear by the tournaments that he enters. Matthias Jost, I don't know what he plays for. I don't know if he enjoys the game, hates the game.
He's certainly gone backwards in the last. He's gone tops.
That's the first one in.
I think so. I think that's the 100th sealant for Alex Fehlmann. Another Tom Biat.
We've had quite a few Tom Biats in the stream.
We've had several Tom Biats, yeah. Duffy with the 120. Fehlmann with the ton and ton 40.
I wonder if we know what the bracket's going to look like for the rest of the tournament.
We won't be able to see it just yet.
No, maybe we get a little sneak preview from Mark and Helder.
But I think the knockout round is probably going to begin at about 1:30, where we're likely to get two good players. Thinking of all those players who finished second in their group. Ant Sood, Neil Duff.
Sven Geiger.
Yeah. Could be any one of these players we see in the last one.
Shakradamamuti.
I'd be surprised if we see him on live stream in the 128.
Second place, good player though. Good player.
I'm not saying he's not a good player, but there are better players.
When was the last time you played on live stream?
It's been a while. St. Gallen did have a little run in St. Gallen. No,
St. Gallen you chose to omit from playing.
I did. Yes, I had a good commentary weekend that weekend instead.
I want to say it might have been the Swiss Holiday Park SDC Tour Event 3 when you were on stream board against Rocco Fulciniti, Luis Camacho, and Cyril Pulvermuller.
Perhaps a long time ago.
Is that the only time you've been on stream?
Possibly.
Back when Matt Travis was averaging in the mid-60s. Now a potential candidate for Basement Boy. One of only 3 players in the last SDC event not to win a leg. Changed your throw though completely since suffering with dartitis?
Yeah, I'm now a filthy stacker. I'm glad we've seen no filthy stackers in the group today. Touche probably the closest we've come to a stacker.
Yeah.
Walps is a both wayser, as we know. Any stackers to look out for in the competition today, besides Liam Mendel-Lawrence? Johannes
Good
Gummich,
question.
filthy stacker.
He's out though.
Is he? Is he out?
He's out, yeah. I don't think there are any other stackers apart from Mendel Lawrence, especially good stackers.
Mikkelsen to Buckner. He could be both ways, you know. I'd maybe have to confirm that on YouTube.
I'm not 100% sure which way he goes. I wonder if they've got the big monitor set up for this board.
I think they do, because the crowd behind seem to be watching the screen rather than... Is that Dragutin Porovat in the background?
It's not Dragutin Porovat. That's we see an 80 check to go alongside that ton checkout that we saw in the last leg. Fehlmann securing top spot in the group with an 82 average against Mitch Pflaum.
Laughing Donkey Pflaum.
Echt? Ja? Echt? Welcher?
Hier sehe ich das Lachen. Aber gut zu. Jetzt guck mal nicht an. Ich kann nichts. Ich kann live nur 6. Nee, für mich war es das jetzt. dich. Hä? Zweimal runter. Ups, sorry. Nochmal was, das ist genau das.